Hey everyone! Welcome back to the channel! I really hope you're all having a fantastic day. Today, we're diving into a brand new story, a fanfic called Naruto, the Senju After the Age of Gods. It's pretty wild, and I think you're going to love it. Let's get into it!
Chapter 1. The one with a cheat. The morning sun had only just climbed over the rooftops when, in a relatively secluded house inside Konoha, Hikaru snapped his eyes open and immediately sat up. He went straight to the mirror. For a brief moment, he honestly wondered if he'd somehow turned into Kakashi Hatake. A handsome face. Silver-haired, and if his irises weren't brown instead of dark, then with a mask he could probably pass as Kakashi without anyone questioning it too hard. It had been more than 13 years since he'd arrived in this world, and by now Hikaru had gradually gotten used to everything here. But his luck really wasn't great. He'd transmigrated at the worst possible time. He still remembered the day he was finally old enough to enter the ninja academy. The moment he saw a kid in his class named Kakashi Hatake, and another one named Obito Uchiha, his heart had gone cold. If those two were here, there was only one explanation. His future almost certainly included at least one war on a scale he couldn't imagine. The shinobi of this world were terrifying. Even children. In wartime, kids could kill at 6 or 7 like it was just another lesson. 10-year-olds on the battlefield were normal. And monsters like Kakashi. By 12 he was already a jonin, hands stained with more enemy blood than most adults would ever see. Hikaru had been a modern person in his previous life. He couldn't do that. At least back then he didn't believe he could. In front of him, there were only two roads. Point 1, march onto the battlefield like everyone else and pray he survived. Point 2, find a way to avoid the front lines, keep his head down and endure until the war ended, until those two so-called saviors rose up and changed the world. Unfortunately, the second path was almost impossible for him. Because his surname was Senju, the Senju name was legendary. It had once stood at the center of the shinobi world stage. The Senju and the Uchiha built Konoha together. The first Hokage. The second Hokage. Even the third Hokage's era. So much of Konoha's foundation had been shaped by Senju Tobirama's teachings and policies. Among Konoha's current high-ranking ninja, who hadn't been touched by Senju influence in one way or another. Even the Uchiha could only use their power to highlight the Senju's sheer weight. The enormous statues at the Valley of the End, what stood behind them wasn't just history but Senju glory. And Uchiha humiliation. But the sky could change in an instant. So could people. After the third Hokage took office, the Senju clan began to weaken. The most bitter part? That decline was tied to the second Hokage's policies. Of course, the third Hokage also played a crucial role. No matter how gently he explained it, saying it was only because he hoped the Senju would set an example. In just over a decade, the Senju had almost lost the concept of being a clan at all. Or rather, the Senju could no longer even be called a clan. They had completely dissolved into the masses of ordinary shinobi. Or, put more bluntly, they had become commoners. Some of them rarely even used the name Senju anymore. Take Hikaru, for example. Whether at the academy or in ANBU, he used the name Fukami Hikaru. Honestly, that name sometimes left him speechless. Every now and then he'd catch himself wondering where his lotus bloom was supposed to be. A small number of people accepted the Senju's fate because they had no strength to resist it, but plenty refused to swallow it. The most typical example was the elder who had raised him. After Hikaru transmigrated, his parents died in the Second Shinobi World War, and he'd been brought up by an old Senju elder. That elder had drilled one idea into him since he was little: you must fight for the revival of the Senju. Hikaru didn't really have much to say about it. Back when the Senju were collapsing, the elder had tried to force that belief onto almost everyone. Still, because of him, there was no way I could slip into some cushy job in the administration department. Hikaru sighed. Even if the Senju were finished as a clan, their connections hadn't disappeared overnight. If the elder had been willing to spend his favors, he could have arranged for Hikaru to be placed in administration. If that was too hard, then at least a teaching track, anything that kept him away from the front lines. But the elder refused. The reasons were simple. First, the Senju were a battle clan. Second, Hikaru was too young, he couldn't go. Instead, the elder had done something else. When Hikaru turned 8, he was pushed directly into ANBU. To be honest, that wasn't any better ANBU work. Was that even meant for humans? And coming to the famous I world without getting a pair of eyes, even Byakugan would have been nice. After washing up, Hikaru stared into the mirror again and let out another quiet sigh that he knew the story of the shinobi world far too well. In the end it was basically a tale of an Otsutsuki family messing with the world and then tearing itself apart. The strongest cheats here, besides being the reincarnation of Indra and Azura's chakra, were those eyes everyone dreamed of. The Senju bloodline wasn't bad. It was also a descendant line after all, but a bloodline only mattered if you could awaken it. If you couldn't, it was no different from being ordinary. A cheat that might as well not exist, even if he had access to a tiny bit of Senju training resources. Still, it's not like I have no cheat. It's just hard to explain. He focused on the reflection. The mirror still showed Hikaru's face, but in his vision lines of numbers appeared, like a status screen layered over reality. Name, Senju Hikaru. Gender, male. Birthday, Konoha. Calendar year 34, March 24. Rank, Jonin, Chunin. Bloodline development, beginner. Senju secret art seeds, Jonin chakra pool seed, 60% mature. Intermediate sage art seed, 80% mature. Advanced earth release seed, 70% mature. Advanced water release seed, 70% mature. Fruits. 0 quest, become the true big boss of the shinobi world. Unique, 1%, that was his cheat. A bizarre interface that was almost like a data sheet, and the cheat itself was weirder than most. He didn't know if it was something the system gave him, or something that came with being reborn into the Senju line, but either way it felt like he was destined to never escape plants, through a Senju secret technique. Whether innate or granted, he could absorb the life force of plants and convert it into special attributes, then the system would turn those attributes into seeds. Those seeds were like the Aburame clan's insects in one way, they had to be fed inside his body. They grew by devouring his chakra. When a seed finally matured it would produce a fruit, and if Hikaru ate that fruit he'd gain the corresponding ability. The most important part was he could master those abilities completely as if they'd always been his own. But those seeds also caused a problem. They made his chakra output look nothing like a Senju's. Even at 13 he hadn't become Chakra-ton, that absurdly huge pool people joked about. Instead he was stuck looking like a pretty average Chunin. A weaker one at that. That was why his rank line read Jonin Chunin. His actual combat ability was Jonin level, but his chakra reserves were Chunin tier. Now he finally understood what Kakashi's life felt like. Or maybe it was more like being stuck at third stage of Chapter 2 Kakashi, but still, the next harvest isn't far off. Hikaru glanced at his status screen again, especially the seed section, and his mood improved noticeably. Even though those things were like parasites, constantly devouring his chakra, this situation was partly his own fault. Back when he had first obtained this cheat, his curiosity had gotten the better of him. He'd planted far too many seeds, especially basic attribute ones. The result? He ended up with an excellent physical foundation. Speed, reflexes, and strength were all outstanding, but his chakra reserves were the ones that paid the price. So much so that some clan members had even begun to wonder whether he was really a Senju at all. He had already grown Genin level and Chunin level chakra fruits. But the higher the seed's tier, the more chakra it consumed, and the longer it took to mature. Fortunately, his combat strength wasn't weak, especially after he'd obtained a Sage Chakra seed through sheer luck. That alone gave him a far better trump card. Just look at Naruto or Senju Hashirama. One glance was enough to understand how terrifying Senjutsu really was. Even though Hikaru's Sage mode didn't belong to any of the 3 great Sage regions, and even though he was only at an early stage level, the boost it provided was already absurd. With that enhancement he'd avoided countless deadly situations during missions, and had even turned the tables to kill powerful enemies. In Sage mode, the quality of his chakra increased dramatically, which in turn massively amplified the power of his techniques. On top of that, his resistance to Genjutsu, as well as his sensory abilities, saw a clear improvement. Genjutsu was terrifying. In shinobi combat, even a momentary lapse, less than a second, could mean death. Shinobi were like Ferraris, insanely fast, devastatingly powerful, but fragile. Plenty of famous ninja had died to nothing more than a kunai. Hikaru knew he couldn't do what Might Guy did, reading movements without ever looking into an opponent's eyes. So he desperately needed a reliable countermeasure against Genjutsu, and Sage mode was perfect for that. After putting on his ANBU uniform and swiftly donning his mask, Hikaru left his house. He had a mission today. Being late wasn't an option, and ANBU discipline was on an entirely different level. Bounding across rooftops he quickly arrived at the ANBU compound. After entering and confirming his identity, Hikaru casually found a spot and rested. He didn't know what today's mission would be. All he needed to do was give everything once the order came down. ANBU missions were never disclosed in advance. You only learn the details right before execution. It was standard secrecy protocol. Hikaru had long since gotten used to this. After all these years, he was already acting as a small squad leader. Still, my life as a squad leader is pretty miserable. He sighed inwardly. Look at Uchiha Itachi. Same rank, but he got to slaughter his entire clan with a single order. The current time was late Konoha year 47. The Third Shinobi World War had essentially come to an end. On the grass country front, Minato Namikaze's squad had performed exceptionally well during the Kanabi Bridge mission. Although Uchiha Obito was lost, the mission successfully severed the supply line between the land of earth and the land of grass, turning Iwagakure's forces there into stranded ghosts. Forced into a corner, Iwagakure had no choice but to seek a ceasefire. But the terms Konoha offered. Hikaru recalled the decisions made by Hiruzen Sarutobi in the manga and anime. No war reparations, no accountability for Iwa's aggression against Konoha. All captured IWA ninja released. From one perspective, it was a complete betrayal of Konoha's interests, but from Hiruzen's standpoint, it made sense that no one knew how far Iwagakure might go if pushed too hard. If they went insane and decided to fight Konoha to the bitter end, things would become catastrophic. During the Third War, Konoha had clashed with all 4 major villages in succession. The village was exhausted, physically and mentally, and its pool of elite ninja was dangerously close to collapse. That if IWA went berserk, Konoha simply couldn't hold. More than that, cornering IWA too badly would leave them unable to check Kumogakure, whose military strength and morale were still frighteningly high. Kumo's temporary ceasefire with Konoha was largely thanks to one fact. The Third Reikage had died after being surrounded by tens of thousands of IWA ninja, using IWA to restrain Kumo buying Konoha time to recover. That was Hiruzen's strategy, but such a self-sacrificing peace treaty was bound to cause backlash, and so the third Hokage stepped down. Minato Namikaze officially became the 4th Hokage, and Konoha entered a new era.at least on the surface. Though this 4th Hokage probably won't last long either. Hikaru was calm about it. And that has nothing to do with me. I'm not an Uchiha. Whoever sits in the Hokage's chair doesn't really affect my missions. That unique quest, become the true big boss of the shinobi world, still sat there with its vague rewards and punishments unknown. But Hikaru intended to complete it.to do that. He needed to attach himself to a powerful faction, one strong enough to dominate the shinobi world. He had briefly considered cutting loose and joining Obito. After all, they'd been classmates, but after thinking it through, staying in Konoha was the better choice, whether it was Obito, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, or even Kagaya Otsutsuki. They were all competitors. In the end, they all sought control over the shinobi world, and Hikaru saw no future in being a terrorist. Besides, Konoha still had 2 children of destiny, the so-called saviors of the ninja world. Honestly, even if Hiruzen had stayed Hokage, that might have been even better for him. Not that Hikaru liked the man. In fact, plenty of Senju wished he were dead. But knowing the plot, Hikaru understood one thing: Hiruzen's end would be lonely. Betrayed by all, dying with no one to help him. Well, almost no one. The only one who tried was stopped by Kakashi, and after Hiruzen, the 5th Hokage would be Tsunade. A Senju. If Hikaru played it safe until then, it was guaranteed profit. Hell, if he performed well enough, maybe he could even take that Hokage seat himself. Becoming an ANBU squad leader already gave him 1% quest progress. So what would becoming Hokage give him? Assembly. As Hikaru waited in thought, a man wearing a dog-faced mask entered the room, followed by a silver-haired figure in a cat mask. Captain. The moment the voice rang out, every ANBU member in the lounge assembled. Less than 30 seconds later, the formation was complete. This is our new member, the captain said calmly. You've probably heard of him. Hatake Kakashi. From today onward, he is one of us. Codename Inu. Inu, Kakashi? Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Meeting Kakashi wasn't surprising, but that codename, he couldn't tell whether the captain chose it deliberately or if it came from Minato himself. Before he could think it through, the captain spoke again. Nightingale. Yes, Captain, Hikaru replied instantly. From now on, he's assigned to your squad. Any objections? No, Captain. Chapter 3: The Mission White Fang. That code name had once belonged to Kakashi's father, the man who, during wartime, abandoned a mission to save his teammates, only for Konoha to suffer defeat on that front, for public opinion to turn into a knife at his throat, and for him to finally take his own life under the weight of it all. What that name meant to Kakashi. Hikaru understood perfectly that he also understood why Kakashi had come to ANBU in the first place. After Minato Namikaze took the Hokage seat, Kakashi was reassigned into ANBU. The reason was simple: he had watched Obito die with his own eyes, and later, with his own hands, he had killed his other teammate. If that kind of blow landed on anyone else, they might not survive it mentally either, let alone someone like Kakashi, whose heart had always been sharper, more sensitive. Right now, Kakashi looked like death had already moved in and started unpacking. He barely gave off the feeling of a living person. Calling him a walking corpse might actually be the most accurate description. Minato didn't want his student to sink, and he didn't want Kakashi to drown forever in the past, so he threw him into ANBU. ANBU missions were heavy, ruthless, constant. There wasn't time to curl up inside your memories and cry, and ANBU required killing, enough killing that, eventually, you stopped flinching from it. Only then could Kakashi get used to what had happened. Only then could he keep moving. Still, why shove him into my squad? Hikaru wondered as he accepted the mission scroll, his thoughts turning quietly. Because we used to be classmates? ANBU didn't pause their work over small incidents. No one cared about awkward coincidences. Orders came and you moved. This mission was straightforward: eliminate an enemy spy who had already been identified, someone embedded in Konoha's network. After the kill, they were to bring the body back. The spy had disguised himself as a Konoha ninja and was currently outside the village on mission. Of course, calling it a mission was generous. He was transmitting information. This kind of assignment was the most basic bread-and-butter ANBU work. Hikaru had done it at least 50 times over the past 5 years. He could do it in his sleep. The only difference this time was that he had an additional directive: take Kakashi along. Two-man operation. Hikaru's squad normally had 4 members, but since Kakashi had been inserted into his unit, the other members were reassigned to different duties, and Kakashi needed to learn ANBU procedure fast. Hikaru exhaled silently. Whatever. He's here. If they want him under me, then he's under me. Truthfully, Kakashi and Hikaru weren't as close as people might assume. Yes, they'd attended the academy around the same time, but Kakashi graduated early. Meanwhile, Hikaru had deliberately kept his head down, slipping past the first wave of cannon fodder selection, and then, right before the second wave could sweep him up, he was shoved into ANBU at 8. Aside from less than a year of overlap, they barely had any connection. If anything, he'd had more contact with Obito. Obito had been a bright idiot. Loud, stubborn, strangely warm. In some ways, he reminded Hikaru of what Naruto would be like in the future. Of course, Hikaru couldn't deny that part of his friendliness back then had been practical. Leaving yourself a way out, building relationships, was never a bad idea. Once they had the order, neither of them wasted a second. They left immediately and headed for the target area. Kakashi stayed silent the entire way, following behind Hikaru like a shadow, as if he didn't care what the mission even was. It made the air feel heavier. Hikaru knew this was the hardest period of Kakashi's life. The guy was basically dead inside. But Hikaru also knew he couldn't afford to ignore him. If Hikaru wanted to survive and rise in Konoha, building a connection with Kakashi was worth it, if only because Kakashi would one day become the teacher of the world's chosen one. After thinking for a moment, Hikaru spoke in the gentlest tone he could manage. Kakashi, it's been a long time. He was wearing a mask, but he was pretty sure his smile underneath it was decent. Kakashi didn't respond, didn't even glance at him. It was awkward, though at least the mask hid it, so Hikaru kept going. You might not recognize me, but I recognize you. We were in the academy around the same time. You graduated early. I entered ANBU when I was 8. Same cohort? Kakashi finally reacted. He turned his head slightly toward Hikaru. Yeah. Hikaru nodded, his voice still calm. I still remember a lot of people from back then. Guy, Kurenai, Asuma and Obito and Rin. He stopped. His eyes, behind the mask, lingered on Kakashi for a beat before he continued, slowly, carefully, each word placed like it mattered. It's a shame. But they were heroes. When I have time, I want to visit their graves. Leave a bouquet. He didn't say anything after that. Kakashi looked at him for a long moment, then gave a small nod. Thank you, Captain. Just call me Hikaru. His voice softened further. Do you remember me at all? Truthfully, Hikaru had no idea if Kakashi would. Back in the academy, Hikaru had kept a low profile that he wasn't an Uchiha, so he didn't have to worry about being watched the way they were. But the Senju situation was delicate too. Still, too low profile and becoming part of a dead last duo with Obito? No thanks. Hikaru didn't have Obito's luck. Obito, an Uchiha nobody on the fringe, somehow survived until real graduation, even when Konoha was desperate enough to start yanking qualified kids out of school and throwing them onto battlefields early. Then he got a ridiculously good sensei. Then he somehow became a Hokage's disciple. Obito had the mold of a protagonist, just with low intelligence and that special Uchiha sickness that made people crack. If Hikaru had performed as badly as Obito at school, he would have died in the first wave of selection, so Hikaru had aimed for a careful middle ground. Better the
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
An average, undeniably competent, but not a standout, not someone anyone bothered remembering. Hikaru. Kakashi seemed to search his memory. After a moment, he shook his head slightly. Sorry. I don't think I paid attention back then. Then, after a pause, he added, but I've heard Guy mention you. Is that so? Hikaru gave a quiet chuckle. Then I owe Guy a thanks. Hikaru's relationship with Guy was decent. Actually, his relationships with most of Konoha's future pillars were decent. They were of the same generation, and Hikaru intended to keep a footing in Konoha. And honestly, he also had to consider the possibility of running someday, that if he ever did, the ones sent to hunt him down might very well be those same familiar faces. Having a good relationship might buy him a softer hand when that day came. After that opening, Kakashi looked slightly more natural. The coldness still clung to him like frost, but at least he could speak now. That alone was an improvement. The two moved fast, chatting lightly as they traveled. Hikaru found himself thinking, half amused, half resigned, that somewhere in Kakashi's heart his favorability was probably creeping upward in tiny increments. Plus 0.01. Plus 0.01. Plus 0.01. Because right now Kakashi's heart was sealed in ice, and breaking ice was never easy. Chapter 4. Kakuzu sunlight filtered through the thick canopy of towering trees, scattering mottled shadows across the ground. Between trunk and shade, two figures and a dog sprinted along the branches at high speed, leaving streaks of afterimages in their wake. Hikaru and Kakashi had been on the move for a full day now, steadily closing in on the area where their target was supposed to be. For efficiency, Hikaru had Kakashi summon a Ninken to lead the pursuit. The man they were hunting was called Kashiwagi-kawa. On paper, he was a Konoha shinobi, war records, a clean resume, the whole thing. But that was only the surface. The Real file said he was actually a Sunagakure ninja. War didn't just kill people, it also tore holes in intelligence networks, gaps big enough to slip an entire identity through. On the battlefield, bodies weren't always recovered. Sometimes you didn't even know whether someone was truly dead. Just look at Obito in Konoha, he'd become a Sharingan hero. In reality, the bastard was alive and breathing, and getting played like a fiddle by Uchiha Madara. So Kashiwagi-kawa was likely the same kind of case, dead during the war, or captured, interrogated until every detail of his identity was squeezed out, and then replaced. For ninja, disguising yourself wasn't hard, especially for Suna's puppet masters. Those people were masters of makeup masks and stolen faces. Just then the dog abruptly halted. Hikaru immediately threw up a tactical hand sign. Behind him, Kakashi stopped on a dime and drew a kunai, posture tightening into a guarded stance. The smell of blood is strong, the Ninken said after sniffing carefully, voice low. And it's your target scent. A pause. But that guy seems to be dead already. There are other human scents nearby. Other people. Hikaru frowned. He didn't remember this mission being a shared contract. ANBU assignments were typically issued one-to-one. Either an individual received it, or a single squad did it. If this job had been handed to them, then under normal circumstances nobody else should have touched it, unless command reassigned it, and if that happened they would have been notified. Hikaru kept his voice steady, gentle as always. The scent trail we're following, it's heading that way. North, the dog answered quickly. After a day together, he'd taken a slight liking to Hikaru. And it's obvious he isn't going back to Konoha. North, Hikaru turned and met Kakashi's gaze. Both of them understood immediately. This wasn't a small problem. They had headed toward the land of rivers, which lay to Konoha's west. If someone were returning to the village, they should be moving east. This direction was completely wrong. There was only one conclusion. Our mission got intercepted. Hikaru let out a quiet sigh. And that means things are probably ugly. Captain, Kakashi asked in a low voice, do you want to abandon the mission? Even though Hikaru had told him to just use his name, Kakashi still called him captain in the field. To him, switching forms of address mid-operation was sloppy. Abandon the mission? Hikaru hesitated. To be honest, he wanted to. Who knew what kind of person they were walking into? But he couldn't, and he definitely couldn't say it out loud. He wasn't Kakashi. He didn't have the fourth Hokage standing behind him. Even if Minato was, in essence, just a figurehead propped up by Konoha's politics, the title still carried weight. People wouldn't easily move against Kakashi. Hikaru was different. A shinobi with no backing had only one path: keep your head down, execute orders, and be a good tool. For a second, a bitter thought slipped through him. Sometimes it feels like the Senju falling into decline is even worse than the Uchiha. The Uchiha were being isolated to the brink of suffocation. Tobirama and Hiruzen's policies had all but pried them away from the village's core. The other great clans had either been pulled in or pressed down by the third Hokage, recruited, pacified, absorbed. With no external allies, the Uchiha were practically cornered beasts, and now that the war was ending, Konoha's upper ranks would inevitably turn their eyes back inward. Worse, the Uchiha themselves were splitting, one faction pushing for peace, the other pushing for a coup. Still, no matter what, as one of Konoha's biggest clans on paper, they could at least shield their own. Hikaru shook his head, then spoke firmly. We'll catch up and take a look. That corpse has secrets. And some of those secrets belong to Konoha. I understand. Kakashi nodded without hesitation and signaled the Ninken. The dog got the message and immediately resumed tracking, leading them onward. To be fair, the Ninken wasn't fearless. In the original timeline, he'd run from danger before, but as a summon, he always had an escape route. He could return to the summoning realm whenever things turned deadly. As they chased, Hikaru's mind raced. Who would intercept an ANBU kill and retrieve mission halfway through? IWA, from the direction it wasn't impossible, but going north opened up far too many routes. The land of rain, the land of grass, the land of waterfall, all of them lay in that general direction. Places that had been battlefields turned upside down until the sky and earth blurred together, and ever since the ceasefire with IWA and Minato's rise to Hokage, Konoha's borders had been plagued with attacks, ninja posing as IWA or Kumo striking and vanishing like smoke. Who they really were, no one could say. Small countries seeking revenge, arms dealers who didn't want the war to end, because peace meant no more profit, and if you ignored the small countries altogether, there was still Kumogakure to the north, a village that had never actually signed a formal peace agreement with Konoha. So who is it? Hikaru kept running, thinking, but it was too tangled to untie with guesses alone, and soon he didn't have the luxury to keep guessing. That he sensed movement ahead, not far away. A lone figure was walking at an unhurried pace. A corpse was slung over one shoulder. Hikaru focused his senses and instantly felt it. Chakra. A massive amount of it, just in raw volume. It was far beyond Chunin level and even more oppressive than most Jonin. The stranger was wrapped head to toe in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, face covered as well. Then, as if he'd noticed something, the man turned his head. A pair of calm, indifferent green eyes met Hikaru's direction, and in that instant, Hikaru felt like prey being stared down by a beast. His expression darkened under the mask. He recognized him. No way. This guy is Kakuzu? Chapter 5. That'll cost extra. Hikaru never would have imagined, even in his dreams, that a routine mission would end with him running into Kakuzu. Missions going sideways was normal. He'd led teams for years and dealt with plenty of unexpected trouble, but something this nasty, This was a first. Hikaru wasn't unfamiliar with Kakuzu in the slightest. Even though it had been almost 14 years since he'd arrived in this world, he'd started making notes early on, just in case time dulled his memory. Of course, he didn't leave those notes lying around. He kept them sealed inside a scroll and carried it with him at all times. Whenever he had a spare moment, he'd pull it out and reread it, forcing the details to stay sharp. As a member of Akatsuki, Kakuzu's background and intel were burned into Hikaru's mind. Originally an elite shinobi from Takigakure, he later betrayed his village. Rumor said he once tried to assassinate the first Hokage and survived. As for how he assassinated him, Hikaru had no idea. Maybe he threw a kunai from a kilometer away and called it a day. It was a ridiculous rumor, sure, but Kakuzu's capabilities were very real. He could steal hearts to extend his lifespan, and he could use the chakra nature of those hearts to unleash matching ninjutsu, and beyond that his taijutsu wasn't weak at all. Oh. Kakuzu swept his gaze back with a quiet chuckle. I'm being followed. I'm curious, who exactly is tailing me? Come out on your own, or do I drag you out? As he spoke, he casually tossed the corpse off his shoulder, letting it hit the ground with a dull thud. At the same time, chakra began to gather around him. Dense, ominous. Kakashi frowned. The man felt wrong, like something stitched together and wearing human skin, and even through Hikaru's mask, Kakashi could tell his captain was tense. Captain, Kakashi asked softly as he motioned for Pakken to withdraw, you know him? I do. Hikaru nodded, one hand sliding to the hilt of his short sword. His name is Kakuzu. A bounty hunter. He lives in the underground markets. Near perfect mission success rate. Troublesome. Dangerous. That was all Hikaru could say. Those were public facts. ANBU could pull that kind of intel easily. As for the rest, he didn't dare bring it up. Not the fact that the cloak Kakuzu wore was the uniform of the most notorious terrorist organization in the shinobi world. Not the fact that he had multiple hearts, and killing him once meant nothing unless you destroyed them all. Not the fact that he could likely use multiple chakra natures, possibly even all of them. I see. Kakashi gave a small nod, then spoke without hesitation. Captain, if we fight, I'll handle him. You take the body. Deal. Hikaru answered immediately, almost too pleased. There's really a deal like this. Kakashi would eventually be the man who brought Kakuzu down. Sure, the Kakashi of today couldn't compare to the one more than a decade later. Experience, physique, chakra control, even how he used his Sharingan. But still. Kakuzu had a special kind of bad luck where Kakashi was concerned. Even if Naruto ended up stealing the finishing blow in the future, Kakuzu dying with Kakashi present felt like fate. A built-in debuff. A Kakuzu killer buff. But that wasn't the point right now. Kakuzu's chakra pressure was rising. He was right on the edge of striking. Hikaru didn't want to trade blows with a monster like this. If he could avoid it. Negotiation was the obvious first step. With a light leap, Hikaru and Kakashi dropped from the treetops and landed on the ground below. Hikaru walked forward calmly and stopped about 5 meters from Kakuzu. Oh! Kakuzu lifted an eyebrow. Those green eyes were cold as grave glass. ANBU, judging by your gear, you're Leaf. You want that guy? He flicked a finger at the corpse on the ground. Kashiwagi Kawa, long dead. Only now, the man's face had changed. A different face entirely. Yes, Mr. Kakuzu. Hikaru kept his voice warm and polite. We do want him. If you're willing to help us, we'd appreciate it. Help? Kakuzu let out a scornful laugh. I'm not a charity. Do you have any idea how much trouble it was to kill him? And besides, he wasn't a Konoha ninja, was he? We're willing to pay, but he's our target. Kakashi cut in, voice flat and sharp as ice. We're taking him back. Dead or alive. The moment those words left Kakashi's mouth, Hikaru's face went dark under his mask. Being firm wasn't the main issue. The problem was the certainty Kakashi broadcast, like there was no negotiation, no alternate outcome. In most situations that was fine. Here, it was a disaster. ANBU hunted targets for all kinds of reasons, traitor executions, assassinations, and the messy one, cleaning out spies. Oh! Kakuzu's eyes brightened for a fraction of a second, then they sharpened into something dangerous. So you want to fight, kid? Mr. Kakuzu, don't get angry. Hikaru immediately yanked Kakashi behind him and spoke quickly, still wearing that gentle tone like armor. You're right, you're not a charity. So we'll pay the market rate for his head. How about that? Market rate? Kakuzu looked genuinely amused, like Hikaru had told him a joke. You think I'm stupid? Thanks to the brat beside you, I understand exactly what's going on. That man was a spy, wasn't he? And he's carrying leaf intelligence. If I leak that information, do you have any idea how many people will pay extra to buy his head? Market rate? He laughed again, colder this time. Do you think that makes sense? What do you want then? Hikaru asked, not showing any irritation. He shot Kakashi a silent glare, then turned back, still polite. Simple. Kakuzu's expression suddenly became solemn, dead serious. He spoke each word slowly, as if announcing a sacred law. Then you pay extra. Hikaru froze for a heartbeat, staring at Kakuzu's utterly sincere face. He almost wondered if this bastard was a Tran Smigrator too, but when Hikaru thought about it, Kakuzu saying this was the least surprising thing in the world. The man had lived too long. He'd lost interest in everything else. Only money still made him feel alive. In his eyes, there was nothing left but profit. Hikaru drew in a slow breath. Without letting his voice change, he subtly moved one hand behind his back and flashed Kakashi a tactical sign. Then, still calm, he said, Mr. Kakuzu, Konoha rarely negotiates like this. So you do want to fight? Kakuzu's voice dropped into a cold, killing tone. ANBU are annoying, but even annoying people have bounties. That depends, Hikaru replied evenly, yet his chakra was already gathering too, coiling and tightening like a drawn bowstring. The next instant, Kakashi burst forward from behind him and snapped his wrist, sending several kunai flying straight at Kakuzu, and Hikaru moved at the same time, but he didn't charge Kakuzu. He shot toward the corpse. Chapter 6, Coordination. Kakuzu didn't flinch in the slightest when two-leaf ANBU suddenly struck. Maybe he'd expected it. Konoha didn't negotiate with bounty hunters over things like this, not seriously, and even if Konoha did want to talk, Kakuzu wouldn't. He'd thought he was simply killing a Konoha ninja with a decent bounty. Only after the job was done did he realize the truth. This leaf shinobi was actually from Tsunade. More importantly, the reward posted for the man wasn't bad at all. At first, Kakuzu hadn't bothered thinking too deeply about why someone wearing leaf gear would be disguising himself as a leaf ninja. Maybe it was just to avoid trouble while operating inside the Land of Fire. But now he understood. This man had been planted in Konoha as a spy. He'd been exposed, ANBU had been sent to erase him, and by pure coincidence Kakuzu had stumbled onto the situation first. So he knows leaf intelligence. Kakuzu was practical to the bone. He didn't care about the 5 great nations. If he did, he wouldn't have ever joined something like Akatsuki. If I sell this corpse as important intel, it'll fetch an even higher price. So why would I hand it back to Konoha alone? His hands clasped together. Chakra surged violently inside him, and in the next instant, a scorching presence rolled outward. Fire release, searing migraine. Katon Zakaku. A torrent of flame erupted, melting the kunai in midair and sealing off Hikaru and Kakashi's forward path. Hikaru had no choice but to snap through hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. A thick curtain of water surged up, colliding head-on with Kakuzu's fire. But Hikaru's water wall couldn't truly stop that level of flame. In an instant, massive steam exploded outward, blanketing the forest in a choking white fog. Hikaru leapt up immediately and darted sideways. Using the mist to break the line of fire while closing the distance, he knew exactly how strong Kakuzu was. A man who'd lived that long didn't just have terrifying chakra reserves. His chakra quality, his combat sense, his experience, all of it was monstrous. Hikaru didn't believe he and Kakashi could win. He'd attacked for one reason only, to give themselves a reasonable excuse to retreat. They were Leaf ANBU. And Hikaru had a future to consider. He couldn't afford to be seen as someone who ran at the first whiff of danger. Try to snatch the body back. If that fails, run. Hikaru's plan was clean and simple. Kakashi, however, didn't know what was in his captain's head. Protected by the water release, Kakashi avoided the blaze, and the moment the steam rose he accelerated, cutting to the side. Without meaning to, he and Hikaru formed a pincer angle on Kakuzu. As he sprinted, the short sword strapped across his back was already sliding free. Kakashi swung hard. One brutal slash straight at Kakuzu's torso. Clang, the harsh ring of metal echoed through the fog-soaked forest. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Kakuzu had blocked the blade with one hand. How tough is his body? He didn't get time to think. Kakuzu gave a small shove, and a terrifying force blasted through the contact point, sending Kakashi flying backward. But Kakashi had survived the battlefield for years. His instincts were sharp that he forced his body stable midair, then rode the momentum into a backward flip, aiming to land on a nearby tree. Kakuzu didn't intend to let him go, but as he reached out, his peripheral vision caught something. The other ANBU was already closing in on his loot. Kakuzu clicked his tongue and abandoned Kakashi for the moment. He turned sharply toward Hikaru, a fist wrapped in black threads detached at the wrist, snapping free like a launched weapon, and shot toward Hikaru with a violent crack of air. Hikaru's reaction was instantaneous. No Sharingan. No perfect read of trajectory, but years of planting trees inside his own body, especially those early attribute fruits, had given him reflexes that were anything but normal. He twisted slightly. The punch screamed past his shoulder and slammed into the ground. Stone exploded upward in a spray of debris. Hikaru used that opening to hop aside, then his blade flashed like lightning, slicing clean through the black threads. With Hikaru buying him time, Kakashi managed to land on the treetop. His eyes flicked to his sword. A small chunk of the edge was missing. Cracks spiderweb down toward the hilt. Kakashi's brow furrowed. His body is that earth release. So that's it. Earth release for defense, fire release for offense. He really was a genius. Just one brief exchange and he'd already peeled back part of Kakuzu's kit. If it was earth release defense, then Kakashi was confident he could break it. His hands flew through seals. Blue lightning gathered in his palm, arcs snapping and crawling across his skin, and then that shrill, bird-like screech burst into life. Chidori, lightning release countered earth release, and Chidori's piercing power was infamous. Kakashi wasn't worried about failing to crack the defense. Hikaru didn't even need sensory skills to notice it. That sound was impossible to miss. So much for an assassination technique. With that noise, you're basically announcing it to the whole forest. Hikaru shook his head internally. In the future, Kakashi's Chidori became silent until the moment it landed. Kakuzu would only hear the scream after being hit. That meant future Kakashi had refined the technique repeatedly. Right now he hadn't. Still, the power was the power. Hikaru decided to coordinate. Kakashi had Obito's Sharingan, his tracking and lock-on would be fine. All he needed was for Kakuzu's attention to be split. Hikaru stopped retreating and stepped forward, closing the gap. He was Jonin level at best. Compared to a veteran Kage-class monster like Kakuzu, the gap was obscene. But Kakuzu wasn't going all out yet. That gave them a chance. If they could make Kakuzu pay even a little, it would already be a win. Childish. Kakuzu had heard the Chidori's scream toot. He understood immediately, and felt for a moment like he'd just hit the jackpot. That was Chidori, and the one using it had to be Hatake Kakashi, a bounty worth 10 million Ryo and more. He was just about to turn his focus back to Kakashi when that other white-haired brat closed in again, clearly trying to coordinate. Kakuzu's annoyance spiked. This kid thinks he can break my earth release defense? Ridiculous. But a heartbeat later, Kakuzu's expression shifted. Hikaru suddenly sprang high into the air, and the blade in his hand began to spin, chakra compressing along its edge, water nature twisting into something razor-thin and murderous. Water release, water blade slash. Suetun, Suejin Zangiki. Chapter 7, A well-practiced hand. This is Senju Tobirama's technique. Kakuzu had lived a very long time. Long enough that he was familiar with many figures and events in the shinobi world. Back then he had attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, and naturally that meant he'd crossed paths with the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, as well. Tobirama was known as the fastest shinobi of his era, a title that was only now beginning to be challenged by some upstart from the new generation. Even so, Kakuzu could never forget that man. And aside from the mysterious flying thunder god technique, Tobirama's greatest specialty had been water release and various forbidden and secret techniques. His water release in particular had left an indelible mark on the shinobi world. Ordinary water techniques were nothing special, but the techniques Tobirama developed himself were absurdly powerful. They emphasized one defining trait: extreme compression, turning water into something with terrifying piercing and cutting power. After Tobirama's death, water techniques like that had become exceedingly rare. They were simply too distinctive, which was why the moment this white-haired brat made his move, Kakuzu recognized it. Since it was a second Hokage technique, Kakuzu didn't dare take it lightly. He immediately surged chakra through his body, and his skin tone deepened as dense earth-release chakra gathered across him. Just as he completed the technique, Hikaru's water blade slash came down, clang. The sound of metal crashing against metal echoed through the forest. Kakuzu merely raised his right arm and blocked the attack completely. Hikaru's blade couldn't press down another inch. Compressed water chakra spun wildly along the sword's edge, sparks flying where steel met hardened flesh. This guy's earth release control is ridiculous. Hikaru felt a numbing shock run up his arm, his brow twitching. Over 13 years in this world, he'd spent at least half of them planting basic attribute fruits. The process had been painful and inefficient, but the results were undeniable. He'd invested most heavily in coordination, speed, and reaction time. Strength had been slightly lower priority, but he hadn't neglected it either. Speed, reflexes, coordination, those were the core markers of high-level taijutsu potential. And as a kid, Hikaru had once fantasized about mastering Flying Thunder God, so of course he'd trained his body accordingly. Even though the Senju clan had declined, it had left behind plenty of valuable material. Some was handed over to Konoha, but Hikaru had his own copies. His raw strength might not have been extraordinary, but it was on par with grown adults. Otherwise, there was no way a 13-year-old with mediocre bloodline development and subpar chakra reserves could possess Jonin-level combat ability. And yet, even with ninjutsu enhancement, even going all out, he couldn't cut through Kakuzu's defense. That was absurd. Before Hikaru could dwell on it, movement in his peripheral vision snapped his attention back. The fist whose threads he'd severed twitched slightly. Without hesitation, Hikaru activated Body Flicker. The instant he vanished, that detached fist erupted from the ground and smashed into the spot where he'd just been standing. So it really is Earth Grudge Fear. I already sense chakra underground. This bastard really is vicious. Hikaru cursed inwardly. By the time he landed, his hands were already flashing through seals. Water release, water severing wave. A razor-straight jet of ultra-high-pressure water blasted from his mouth, compressed to the extreme and sharpened into a lethal water blade. At this point, Kakuzu was certain. This white-haired brat was absolutely connected to Senju Tobarama. These techniques were exactly the second Hokage's signature moves. A descendant? Or a prodigy Konoha deliberately raised? Kakuzu considered it briefly, but didn't dwell on it. The technique was troublesome, yes, but still not enough to shatter his defense. Not the white-haired brat's water release, and not the other kid, Kakashi, either. Since this is getting interesting, I'll play around a bit more. Then I'll deal with Kakashi and collect another hefty bounty. Kakuzu didn't move. And as expected, events unfolded just as he predicted. Hikaru's water-severing wave was powerful, but he wasn't using Sage Mode, and his overall strength was still only Jonin level. Breaking Kakuzu's defense was unrealistic. The jet sliced apart the black threads again before slamming squarely into Kakuzu's body. This time, Kakuzu was pushed back a step. Cracks spread across his chest. But that was all. Shinobi defenses were generally weak, but Earth Release specialists always developed body-enhancing defensive techniques, especially ones applied directly to themselves. And someone who had lived as long as Kakuzu had perfected self-protection to an extreme degree. In the original timeline, once Kakuzu lost his Earth Nature heart, he had very little resistance left. After that, even ordinary attacks could kill him. And in canon, it was Kakashi's lightning release that destroyed your strongest defensive heart. Watching Kakuzu fight with a casual, almost playful attitude, Hikaru smiled slightly. Because Kakashi was in position. Kakuzu suddenly frowned, sensing something off. But Hikaru abruptly cut off his technique and used Body Flicker again, closing in and forcing Kakuzu to focus on him instead of searching for Kakashi. Kakuzu's eyes widened. The piercing screech of Chidori, the violent pain in his chest, and the numbing paralysis that followed. He looked down in disbelief at the hand that had pierced straight through his torso. He'd underestimated them. These two brats actually knew how to work together. Kakuzu wouldn't truly be harmed, but losing his Earth Release heart still filled him with rage. Unfortunately, full-body paralysis meant he couldn't act immediately. Hikaru, who had originally been charging toward Kakuzu, instantly changed direction. In one smooth motion, he rushed to the corpse, swung his blade, and cleanly severed the head. The movement was fluid, practiced, plural. Why not his first time dealing with this kind of situation? No hesitation. No wasted motion did he flash Kakashi a tactical hand sign, grabbed the head and turned to flee, leaving behind only a black blur vanishing into the forest. Both Kakashi and Kakuzu froze for a split second. Kakashi recovered first, yanking his hand free from Kakuzu's chest and immediately chasing after Hikaru. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, even after switching hearts. The lingering paralysis prevented him from giving chase right away. By the time he recovered, the two ANBU were long gone. Staring at the empty forest, Kakuzu's face twisted. Just what kind of bastard did those brats crawl out from? Chapter 8. The Spy. Late at night, inside a mountain cave somewhere in the Land of Fire, Kakashi and Hikaru sat facing each other. They'd spent the entire day running. By now, they had reached the town closest to Konoha, but Hikaru had no intention of entering it. After all, they had just stolen a head right out from under Kakuzu's nose, not figuratively, literally. And Hikaru didn't believe for a second that Kakuzu would swallow that humiliation. Even if they'd moved fast, Hikaru was convinced a man who valued money like oxygen wouldn't let them go. Kakuzu chasing them down was almost guaranteed. The only reason they'd managed to snatch the objective was because Kakuzu had been careless. He hadn't taken Hikaru and Kakashi seriously at all. That was the only opening they got, the only reason the mission was even salvageable. But if Kakuzu caught up, then they'd be facing a Kakuzu who fought seriously. And Hikaru didn't think the two of them could survive that. So they didn't enter the town. They wiped their trail along the way. Erased tracks, mask sense, doubled back. They even used shadow clones to take detours and throw off pursuit. For a man who'd fought on battlefields for nearly 9 years, and another who'd spent close to 6 in ANBU, this kind of thing was routine. Still, Kakashi looked unconvinced. As he slowly stirred a cup of instant rations, he glanced at the cave entrance, where a Ninken stood guard, and finally spoke. "Captain, isn't this a bit too cautious?" "This is rest time," Hikaru said, stretching lazily. His voice stayed mild. "Call me Hikaru. And no, being careful is never wrong. Not when the thing behind you isn't ordinary." "But he's dead, isn't he?" Kakashi frowned. That man had been pierced clean through the heart by Chidori. Kakashi didn't believe someone could keep living after that. Shinobi weren't made of iron. Even Senbon could kill if they hit the vital points. No exceptions. No miracles. Dead? Hikaru shook his head lightly, the gentleness on his face unchanged. "Kakashi, that man isn't dead." He paused, watching Kakashi's expression shift as he prepared to question him. Hikaru smiled and raised a hand slightly as if to stop him. "Confused? Honestly, you only just joined ANBU. Normally you'd be made to study intelligence files first, then eased into missions gradually. I don't know if this was the 4th Hokage's call or the captain's decision, but you came straight out with me on an operation. Kakuzu is extremely dangerous. According to recorded intel, he once faced 6 elite jonin, each with a black market price tag above 30 million, and wiped them all out. In that same operation, he was stabbed through the heart. And the result? He walked away, cashed out, and traded at the underground exchange for nearly 200 million ryo. Hikaru spoke slowly, letting each line land. You did pierce his heart. But I don't believe a man like that dies easily. Kakashi listened carefully. When Hikaru mentioned normal ANBU procedure, he watched Kakashi's reaction on purpose. Inside the cave, both of them had removed their masks, but Kakashi still wore his usual cloth face covering. Unfortunately, Hikaru didn't see any particular change in Kakashi's eyes, calm. Flat. To be honest, Hikaru had been hoping for at least a flicker, anything, but when the numbers came out, Kakashi finally showed a hint of reaction, surprise at Kakuzu's strength, and more importantly, surprise at the idea that someone could survive a heart strike. Kakashi wasn't stupid. He'd already noticed Kakuzu hadn't been taking them seriously in the fight. Kakuzu had treated them like kids trying to bite a tiger if that man was still alive, and Kakashi kept thinking he'd killed him. The consequences were ugly. Kakashi nodded slowly. I understand, Captain. Then he corrected himself, almost automatically. So, you cut off the target's head while he was paralyzed and withdrew immediately. Exactly. Hikaru smiled. Even if things went wrong, you'll understand this better once you go back and read more intel. It makes a difference in the field. Because intelligence was everything. In the shinobi world, if you understood your enemy while they knew nothing about you, you held the advantage. Sometimes that advantage was enough to kill someone far stronger than you before they ever realized what had happened. And Hikaru wasn't making this up. Those details existed in ANBU records. They were just scattered across fragmented reports buried in minor files. Easy to miss unless you knew what to look for. Hikaru only dared to speak so confidently because he was sure he'd seen those snippets before. He wasn't worried Kakashi would fail to find them once they returned. Kakashi nodded and fell silent again. Hikaru kept his expression warm, but inside he let out a quiet sigh. Why don't you follow the thread? Why don't you ask yourself why you were thrown into live missions the moment you stepped into ANBU? But Kakashi didn't go there, and Hikaru wasn't going to spell it out. He'd guided Kakashi this far for one reason only, to give him a warning. ANBU water is deep, and you might not be able to keep your footing. Minato had only just taken the Hokage seat. He didn't have a stable base of power yet. Inside Konoha, a lot of control still sat in the hands of the old guard. If nothing else, ANBU still answered the third Hokage's voice. Even ANBU's higher command remained filled with Hiruzen's most loyal people. This period was sensitive. Minato had a perfectly reasonable excuse to bring Kakashi into ANBU, but it still poked at nerves in the eyes of some people. Kakashi's transfer wasn't about helping a grieving student at all. It was a signal, a hand reaching for ANBU authority. Too impatient, too eager. And that was exactly why Kakashi had been given a welcome gift the moment he arrived, a hard little shove to remind him where he stood. Hikaru shook his head, indifferent. If Kakashi didn't realize it now, then find he could always remind him later, more gently, more friendly. As for the power struggle between the third and fourth, Hikaru didn't care much. If he had to gamble, he'd actually rather bet on the third. That old man still had more than a decade left. The fourth? At most a little over a year, but if this created some turbulence early, stirred some conflict sooner than expected, Hikaru didn't consider it a bad thing. Because somewhere back in Konoha there were people who would love nothing more than to see the third Hokage fall. And in a way, Hikaru was a spy too. As ANBU, I spend my days cleaning out spies, Hikaru thought, eyes half-lidded. But you people, you never considered it, did you? I'm one as well. Chapter 9. Persona Hikaru was, in a sense, a spy. Not the kind planted by another village, but a clan spy. In some ways, he resembled the future Uchiha Itachi. The difference was that Hikaru had never become a true double agent. Perhaps the third Hokage felt a trace of mercy. Or perhaps he believed the Senju had already declined so far that they could no longer stir up any real trouble. Either way, Hikaru's entry into ANBU had been smooth, but he never believed for a moment that Konoha's upper ranks were ignorant of who he really was. The elder who raised him had used connections that were, on the surface, trustworthy, but Hikaru would never insult the village's rulers by assuming they were fools. They could see everything. Or they could pretend to see nothing. The only question was which option served their interests better. After a solid night's rest, Hikaru and Kakashi rose early. According to the Ninken's report, there had been no incidents overnight. Either Kakuzu hadn't caught up, or he'd lost the trail entirely. Either way, for now they were safe. They erased the last traces of their presence and quickly headed back to Konoha. ANBU didn't return via the same routes as ordinary ninja. Konoha had more than one entrance, only the others weren't guarded by regular shinobi. Those checkpoints were manned almost exclusively by ANBU or Root. No one else was allowed through. After a round of inspections, Hikaru and Kakashi passed smoothly into the village. But as they approached the ANBU compound, Hikaru suddenly stopped. "What is it, Captain?" Kakashi asked, confused. Hikaru thought for a moment before lowering his voice. "After the mission is closed and we're dismissed, you're going to see the fourth Hokage, aren't you?" Kakashi frowned. He didn't quite understand where this was going. Still, Hikaru's tone remained as gentle as ever, warm, calm, unthreatening. Combined with the mild smile he always wore when unmasked, it was the kind of presence that naturally put people at ease. After a brief pause, Kakashi nodded seriously. "In that case," Hikaru said quietly, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, "try not to mention what I told you last night, especially the first part. If you have to report it, submit it in writing. Don't say it out loud. And tell the Hokage one thing for me. His actions have been misunderstood." With that, Hikaru fell silent and walked on as if nothing had happened. Kakashi was left standing there, completely at a loss. He had no idea what Hikaru meant, and no real way to ask. He could tell his captain wouldn't explain. Worse, Hikaru might just look at him blankly and ask, "What are you talking about?" Still full of questions, Kakashi followed Hikaru to settle the mission. Because of the mission's unusual circumstances, they'd only brought back a head. The ANBU captain overseeing the debrief was clearly displeased, but he didn't blame Kakashi. Instead, he criticized Hikaru. According to him, Hikaru was an ANBU elite. And with a prodigy like Kakashi under his command, this kind of outcome shouldn't have happened. Hikaru didn't argue. He accepted the fault calmly, saying it was his responsibility and had nothing to do with Kakashi. Then he delivered a detailed mission report, and the moment Kakuzu was mentioned, the captain frowned deeply. That legendary bounty hunter. If they'd truly run into Kakuzu, then recovering the target's head could already be considered a perfect completion. With that realization, the captain dropped the issue. In truth, he hadn't really intended to make things difficult for Hikaru in the first place. But watching all this unfold, Kakashi felt a strange chill. Hikaru's earlier words echoed in his mind. He didn't fully understand. But he wasn't stupid. It seemed the pressure hadn't really been aimed at Hikaru at all. It had been aimed at him. After the paperwork was done, Hikaru and Kakashi left the ANBU compound together. They exchanged few words before parting ways. Watching Kakashi's back disappear, Hikaru finally let the gentle expression fade beneath his mask. He'd worn that warmth for so long that even he sometimes believed it was real. But someone who'd spent years in ANBU, how could he possibly be kind? A single day working alongside Kakashi, feeling that suffocating coldness, despair, and lack of vitality had left even Hikaru struggling to keep smiling. He shook his head. Kakashi's current state was terrible. But precisely because it was terrible, it created opportunity. He's the teacher of a future savior. And Minato's disciple. If he hadn't been assigned to my squad, fine. But now that he is, doing nothing would be a waste. Hikaru steadied his breathing. Behind the mask, the gentle smile returned. Even if no one could see it, maintaining the habit mattered. If he truly intended to become the greatest boss in the shinobi world, then he had to step onto the center stage of this turbulent era. And to do that, he needed a persona that he had no intention of copying. Uchiha Madara's image, cold, tyrannical, ruling subordinates through fear and brute force. That was the classic villain archetype. Hikaru didn't think he was a good person. ANBU work wasn't meant for good people. 5 years of blood and shadows had burned that illusion away. But that didn't stop him from playing one. His ideal template was the first Hokage, and the fourth, strong, bright, humble, firm when necessary. Low-key when not. That was the role Hikaru had chosen, and he'd committed to it completely, and it worked. Among former classmates and within ANBU, his reputation was excellent. His squad trusted him completely, the kind of people who'd help count the money after he sold them out. Too bad Kakashi's been added, Hikaru thought mildly. That means someone has to leave. He didn't dwell on it. His squad members weren't famous. Their abilities were average at best, mostly orphans, but they were loyal, reliable. The only problem was that every one of them carried the third Hokage's label. That's fine, Hikaru decided. With Kakashi here, a few things can finally change. He lifted his gaze toward the Hokage rock, the smile beneath his mask widening. Warning the fourth and Kakashi, helping the clan, and helping myself. One move, two gains. Chapter 10, A Gift. Those are the details. That's all. Inside a house in Konoha's civilian district, Hikaru spoke evenly to the old man seated before him. The place felt ancient, almost stubbornly so, completely at odds with Konoha's modern styles. The moment you stepped inside, history pressed down on you. It was said this house had been built during the Senju clan's golden age. Even after the clan's decline, it had been preserved. Hikaru hated coming here. Everything about it reeked of decay, like someone was still drowning in past glory, refusing to step out and face reality. It was sad, and it suited the old man perfectly. Unfortunately, Hikaru didn't have a choice. After missions, he either submitted intelligence through proper channels, or he came here to report. Tonight was the second option, and what he reported wasn't just mission details, it was everything: ANBU internal matters, field events, every scrap of information, no matter how small. Because at the end of the day, he really was a spy. Now he'd finished explaining this mission in full: the clash with Kakuzu, the retrieval, and even the words he'd spoken to Kakashi afterward. You handled it well. The elder fell silent, thinking for a long while before finally nodding with genuine approval. But your traces were a bit too obvious. The fourth Hokage and the third Hokage may have distance between them, but Minato is still Sarutobi's grand disciple. Still, I've also heard the fourth isn't having an easy time. And ANBU remains entirely loyal to Sarutobi. Taking that into account, your move was a little forward. But if it can be interpreted as a friendly warning, it's acceptable. He lifted his eyes, gaze sharpening. Never forget, when interests are involved, people don't have much room left for reason or gratitude. Hikaru nodded lightly that he didn't like this old man, this living relic who clung to yesterday and preached, revive the Senju like a prayer, but the elder was strange. Half the time he seemed muddled, the other half, he was painfully clear-eyed, and he was right. When interests were at stake, gratitude and rationality often meant nothing. Minato might still believe in things like gratitude. After all, his Hokage seat had come because Sarutobi chose him, giving up on Orochimaru and pushing Minato forward. Instead, Minato couldn't not feel thankful, and he was thrown into the job abruptly, without the experience or time to build his own faction, so he wouldn't dare make big moves. He would follow Sarutobi's arrangements step by step. Minato might be obedient, but Sarutobi's interest group wouldn't trust that obedience. A power block was never just one man. Sarutobi might be the face of it, but his responsibility was to balance the group's internal interests, keeping everyone fed, satisfied, invested. In simple terms. Even if Sarutobi himself didn't think Kakashi joining ANBU was a big deal, his people might see it as a signal that the fourth Hokage intended to reclaim ANBU authority. That was why ANBU's atmosphere toward Kakashi was hostile. That was why certain things happened as soon as he arrived. All right, the elder said at last, clearly done with the topic. That's enough for today. For the time being, keep a certain distance from Kakashi. Don't cut him off. Don't alienate him. Just keep it measured. I trust you know how to do that. Yes, elder. Hikaru smiled politely, stood and bowed slightly. Then I'll take my leave. Go. The elder took a slow sip of tea, then added casually, Oh, someone has delivered a gift to you. Take a look when you get back. Yes, elder. Hikaru smiled again and stepped out. He closed the door gently, then walked away without looking back. He remembered the elder's words, though only as words. The two of them were different. Their goals overlapped, but they were not the same. Still, Hikaru was grateful that he had his cheat, yes, but without a stable environment. He never would have made it this far. I should go back and think through my next steps. Kakashi's in ANBU now. Some things I can't keep delaying. And what exactly is this gift the elder mentioned? Lord Hokage, that's the situation. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi knelt on one knee and reported everything about the mission he'd carried out alongside Hikaru. Not everything, though, that he kept certain parts to himself, especially some of the words Hikaru had said. He remembered them, but he didn't speak them aloud. Minato frowned at first, then his expression softened into a warm smile. Didn't I tell you? Just call me sensei. He sighed, amused. Forget it. I didn't expect your first mission to run into an opponent that troublesome. Yes. Kakashi lowered his head, voice cool and steady. Hikaru said we couldn't defeat him. But we completed the mission. Fukami Hikaru. Minato smiled. He was your classmate, wasn't he? Learn from him. All right. Go rest. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi stood, hesitated, then pulled out a scroll and offered it to Minato. This is the detailed written report from the mission. Then, I'll take my leave. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi turned and walked out. Minato stared after him, a little puzzled. Kakashi had already given him a full oral report, hadn't he? Why hand over a written one too? Wasn't that redundant? But Minato didn't show his confusion. He calmly took the scroll. During Kakashi's report, Minato had already sensed something faintly off. By normal ANBU procedure, Kakashi should have studied intel and learned protocol before being sent out. Minato had never served in ANBU, but that didn't mean he didn't know how it worked, especially not now. As Hokage first, he'd considered a simple explanation. Maybe ANBU believed Kakashi's combat strength made him more useful in the field than in a classroom. But Kakashi's odd behavior just now, it made Minato feel he should think deeper. So he opened the written report, and as he read, his expression gradually changed. When he finished, Minato closed the scroll with a soft snap. His face looked complicated. After a long moment, he let out a quiet sigh. So this is a gift. Chapter 11. The stage Kakashi's scroll didn't contain much, just a handful of carefully chosen lines, each one subtle but pointed. For example, Hikaru's uncertainty about Kakashi's treatment in ANBU, and the line where he warned Kakashi that the Hokage's actions might be misunderstood. Minato Namikaze wasn't foolish, he was gentle and approachable, yes, but that didn't make him naive. From childhood, Minato had been exceptionally sharp. War had only further honed his judgment and instincts. Kakashi being sent on a mission the moment he entered ANBU, if that wasn't simply because his combat ability is outstanding, but instead meant what Hikaru implied, then it was a warning. A deliberate show of force aimed at Kakashi, coupled with that line about misunderstanding the Hokage's actions. Minato's thoughts inevitably went deeper. He had only just taken office. In name, he was Hokage, but in reality many things were still beyond his reach. ANBU, for instance. ANBU was one of the Hokage's core powers. Logically speaking, once the third step down, ANBU should have fully come under the fourth's command. And yet, all he had done was place Kakashi inside NO restructuring. No orders. No power plays, and still this happened. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Minato suddenly realized the direction his thoughts were taking was dangerous. He forcibly cut them off. He glanced at the scroll in his hand, then subtly sensed the ANBU presence still concealed around the office. With a quiet sigh, he tucked the scroll away. Keeping it here would only invite unnecessary trouble. Fukami Hikaru, or rather Senju Hikaru. That child is interesting. Hikaru had no idea what was happening in the Hokage's office. By now, he was already back in his room. It was time to seriously consider his next steps, how to extract greater benefits from what was to come. Truthfully, Hikaru had known for a long time that his future in Konoha held far more potential than anywhere else. The first reason was simple. Competition. Konoha's future decline was something he remembered all too clearly. The signs had already appeared back in the Kakashi and Sannin era. Some died, some would defect, some had already left the village behind. Even Jiraiya in the end didn't remain in Konoha. As for Minato's generation, true Kage-level powerhouses were scarce. Most, there was Minato himself, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his wife Kushina. Others, Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, the Ino Shika Cho clan heads, were undeniably strong, each capable of holding a front on their own, but they were still just a step short of true Kage level. Unless, of course, Fugaku really did possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hikaru's own generation was better. Talents capable of standing on their own emerged one after another. But if he was being honest, in the future, aside from Kakashi, who somehow went 50-50 with everyone, and Might Guy, who nearly kicked the story to its ending, the rest fell short. They were elite jonin. Kakashi and Guy, however, were Kage level, or even beyond. Konoha's talent gap was inevitable. And for Hikaru, that gap was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He didn't believe that with more than a decade ahead of him he wouldn't even reach Kage level, especially with a cheat. His early years of planting trees had been painful, yes, but he'd already reached Jonin-level strength. And he was certain of one thing: once he entered Sage Mode he would be at least elite Jonin tier, and that was only beginner Sage Mode. There were still intermediate and advanced stages. He even suspected there might be something like a complete or 6 paths state later on. Unfortunately, he didn't have those seeds yet, nor the qualifications to plant them. But the future was wide open. Just the intermediate sage fruit alone would likely push him into quasi-Kage territory. At the very least, his overall combat power would reach that level, even if the duration was limited. Beyond that, there was still bloodline development. He didn't yet understand how to push that option further, but he wasn't worried. Whether it was basic attribute seeds, chakra nature seeds, sage seeds, or chakra capacity seeds, all of them came from plants randomly extracted. Find plants more closely aligned with specific attributes and the odds improved. Someday he might even draw a seed that directly increased bloodline development. Strictly speaking, my real competitors are only Kakashi and Guy. Guy's a pure training maniac. He won't fight for power, he probably doesn't even realize such things exist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed in like an idiot trying to save Sarutobi later on. As for Kakashi, Hikaru thought of Kakashi's future as the 6th Hokage. Frankly speaking, that position had practically been handed to him. Becoming Hokage wasn't about being outstanding alone, you had to be outstanding and acceptable to every major interest group. Kakashi, as Minato's disciple, had impeccable pedigree. He was on good terms with nearly all the jonin of his generation. Many of them were his classmates, the village's core combat strength supported him, and the old power center, it had conveniently been wiped out by a single ten-tailed beast bomb. With the upper ranks reshuffled, strong backing, and sufficient personal strength, Kakashi was naturally pushed to the front. And there was one more decisive factor. The two so-called saviors of the shinobi world were both his students. That path was reproducible. Hikaru even believed he could do it better. Of course, plans never unfold exactly as imagined. Still, it beat joining Akatsuki, leaving aside the terrifying competitors. Just the level of internal rivalry among its members was enough to make Hikaru's scalp tingle. If he went there now, he'd be delivering himself on a platter. At this stage, the priority is still improving strength and gathering talent. Then steadily expanding the persona I've already built. Hikaru quickly made his decision. Strength meant planting trees, no shortcuts there. Talent recruitment, on the other hand, was a headache, but it had to be done. Coincidentally, he did know of a talent pool lying quietly in one place. He could try his luck there, but once he made contact, the future would become a lot more troublesome. Chapter 12, Flying Thunder God Technique. The group Hikaru had been thinking about really was trouble. If you asked which faction in Konoha produced the most talent, was more emotional than rational, and yet remained disliked by the village at large. No matter how you looked at it, there was only one answer. The Uchiha clan, Konoha's military police force. To be fair, the Uchiha were fertile ground. Their talent was absurd, almost unreasonable, but their situation was just as bad. Hikaru felt that if he got too close to them, he'd drag trouble onto himself as well. By now, the clan had already split internally. One side shouted about injustice and leaned toward using force to win recognition. The other believed violence solved nothing and wanted open negotiations, peaceful talks, honest dialogue. In Hikaru's eyes, neither path ended well. A war against Konoha? Konoha was weakened, sure. But how much power did the Uchiha really have right now? If his memory wasn't wrong, at this moment the Uchiha might not even have a single Mangekyo Sharingan in hand. Even if there was one, it would only be Fugaku's. Yes, more Mangekyo would appear later, but two of those would be twisted and guided off course by washing and manipulation, and Fugaku's personality. Just look at Kanon. When the clan was slaughtered, he accepted death quietly, letting Itachi cut him down to so in terms of true Kage-level power. The Uchiha weren't even worth counting, and on the mid to low tier comparison, even if Uchiha members were elite, Konoha's overall shinobi numbers were enormous. Add to that the way Hiruzen inherited Tobirama's anti-Uchiha strategy, he had already pushed the Uchiha into isolation. Plenty of people in the village hated them. This is an unequal war. No wonder Fugaku never dared to step forward. If he hadn't been cornered at the end, he would have kept enduring. Hikaru shook his head. As for peaceful negotiation, it wasn't impossible, but who exactly was willing to negotiate with them? The only person who might have accepted them, who could have actually sat down with them, was the fourth Hokage Minato. Namikaze and Minato would die in the Nine Tails incident. The one man who represented hope to the Uchiha would vanish. After that, their future really was pitch black. Do I contact the Uchiha? Hikaru weighed it quietly. From the perspective of talent and potential, recruiting them would massively benefit his long-term goal. But right now he was only an ANBU squad leader. And the Senju Uchiha relationship was what it was. In less than a year, once the fourth died, Hikaru would have even less foundation to draw them in. Headache. Step by step, I guess. If it comes to it, I'll just approach the two who'll enter ANBU in the future. Among the Uchiha who could enter ANBU, there were two names, Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Itachi. To be honest, Hikaru's feelings toward them were lukewarm at best, mainly because of what they chose to do. That said, if you only looked at the village versus clan perspective, their choices weren't completely insane. They were shinobi, not policymakers. That if anyone truly failed, it was Fugaku. Still, their worldview is warped. If they enter ANBU and haven't been fully reformed yet, maybe I can make contact. If they're already remade, forget it. Hikaru made his decision quickly. That if he could harvest the Uchiha fertile field, he wouldn't let it go. But his access was limited, and the will of fire was contagious. That he had no desire to make life harder for himself. For years, whether at the academy or in ANBU, Hikaru had always presented himself as someone who perfectly embodied the will of fire. Whenever someone asked about his dream, His answer was always textbook: protect the village. Strive to become Hokage. That he never spoke about protecting a certain someone. In wartime, nobody trusted that bonds nonsense. Wartime had wartime policies. Peace had peace policies. If war was lost, the cost was unimaginable. That was why tragedies like Tsukumo Hataki's existed. Of course, it was also possible that Tsukumo's prestige had crossed the line of what Sarutobi's system could tolerate. Tsukumo didn't belong to Tobirama's master-disciple network, and public opinion had turned viciously against him. Rumor said even the people he saved hated him. How much of that was pushed behind the scenes was obvious, because if Tsukumo had truly risen, he would have been a fatal blow to the third Hokage system. Hikaru wouldn't make that mistake. He wouldn't hesitate to finish the teammates who dragged him down. They ought to thank him for it. That was political correctness. That was how you survived. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door snapped Hikaru back to reality. He remembered what the elder had said. There was a gift waiting for him. What kind of gift? He didn't know that. He only knew that when members of their line reached a certain age, they could choose to learn specific techniques. The Senju had once been rich, even if many techniques had been donated to Konoha for various reasons. The clan still kept backups, and some things had never been handed over at all. For example, Senjutsu-related knowledge. The Senju definitely hadn't given that away. Konoha likely knew it too. But Sage Mode was notoriously difficult. Jiraiya alone was proof, and Konoha also had to watch its table manners. If they ate too greedily, it would stir resentment, especially from other clans. That kind of mess wasn't worth it. Hikaru opened the door. A middle-aged man stood outside. His name was Usuji Gen, someone Hikaru knew well. The elder had raised Hikaru, but the fundamentals of shinobi training had largely been taught under Gen's guidance. Uncle Gen. Hikaru immediately put on his gentle smile and bowed slightly. The elder mentioned it. I didn't expect it would be you. I live close, Gen said with a smile. And I haven't seen you in a while. He patted Hikaru's shoulder, then flashed a mysterious grin. You know why I'm here. Take a guess, what did I bring you? More of the second Hokage's secret techniques. Hikaru blinked, uncertain. Back during training, he'd casually mentioned it once. Tobirama's techniques were the kind of thing shinobi dreamed about. Before Orochimaru, Tobirama was the shinobi world's greatest inventor. No joke. Even now, Tobirama's influence ran through the entire ninja world. Hikaru wanted them. Even one would be enough. The water release he'd been using wasn't secret, strictly speaking. It was just high-power Suiton. Gen shook his head. What are you thinking? At your age, you only get to learn one. He handed over a scroll. Here. It's well. Work hard. Work hard. Hikaru frowned, confused, but the moment he opened the scroll, he understood what Gen meant, because written plainly on it were 4 characters that made his heartbeat stop: Flying Thunder God Technique. Chapter 13, Advantage. Why is it this technique? Hikaru frowned at the scroll in his hand. His head felt swollen, like something heavy was pressing behind his eyes. Flying Thunder God wasn't a casual gift. It was the kind of technique that could smash through the bloodline ceiling outright. Just look at Minato Namikaze. Born a common shinobi with no Kekkei Genkai, yet after mastering Flying Thunder God, his battlefield performance eclipsed bloodline elites. He'd once erased 50 enemy shinobi in an instant. Jonin among them. That was how terrifying it was, and it was precisely because Minato existed, combined with a Wagakure needing to watch for Kumogakure's revenge on a second front, that IWA chose to back down and accept peace. But this isn't something you just pick up. Hikaru sighed. As a Senju, he'd asked the elder about Flying Thunder God when he was still small. The answer he received had nearly killed the idea on the spot. Simple. The difficulty is absurd. To learn this technique, you needed more than talent. You needed monstrous reflexes and extreme body coordination. Flying Thunder God was instantaneous space-time displacement. Appearing at your mark and assassinating before the enemy even understood what happened. That meant your nervous system and balance had to be perfect. If your reactions weren't fast enough, you'd land and your brain wouldn't even catch up to your body. If your coordination wasn't good enough, you wouldn't even keep your footing. Forget a surprise attack, you'd trip, fall, or even crash directly into someone's blade. That wasn't ambush, that was suicide. Konoha had existed for nearly 50 years in Aoria. DY passed through multiple Hokage eras, Yet only 2 people had truly mastered Flying Thunder God, the long-dead second Hokage, and the current 4th, who, in Hikaru's eyes, was almost being hollowed out politically. Minato had tried teaching it to others. He even came up with ways to split the technique and simplify it in a sense he succeeded, but it still didn't help. Genma, Rado, and Iwashi could perform the technique in a limited form, but they couldn't use it in real combat. Even as a pure transport method, it strained them. The requirements are just inhuman. After seeing Usugi gen off, Hikaru returned inside, opened the scroll fully, and began to read. At least the first part I barely qualify. My years of planting basic attributes weren't wasted. But the second part, Flying Thunder God, didn't just punish the body, it punished your technical foundation even harder, because it wasn't a normal ninjutsu at all, it was a fuinjutsu. The Flying Thunder God formula was, effectively, a mutated form of sealing arts. If you didn't understand sealing theory, you couldn't grasp it, and if your sealing control wasn't sharp, you couldn't place marks quickly or cleanly. People like to joke that Flying Thunder God was just throwing a kunai. But real usage was far more brutal than that. When an assassination failed, the user had to leave marks on the enemy's body, silently, instantly, so they could return at any time. Just like Minato against Obito in the future. He planted the mark without a sound, then used it to land the decisive strike and sever Obito's link to the Nine Tails. In short, it's a nightmare. Hikaru finished reading quickly, committing every detail to memory. Once he was sure he had it, he lit the scroll on fire. He watched it curl into ash, thin smoke rising in lazy spirals, and let out a low breath. Looks like I'll have to invest a lot more time into sealing arts. And into developing my own formula. Flying Thunder God was difficult, unreasonably so, but Hikaru had no intention of giving up, because he wasn't like everyone else that he had a cheat. For him, the biggest hurdle wasn't mastery. It was simply the first successful, complete execution. His system's trait was simple. Once he performed a technique properly one time, he could essentially fully master it afterward. It was a disgusting advantage. His Suiton had been like that. The Doton he hadn't yet successfully used would likely be the same. That was how he, with only Chunin-level chakra, still possessed Jonin-level combat ability. This control, plus years of ANBU missions, had shaped him into something sharper than his numbers suggested. With this trait, Hikaru was confident he could master Flying Thunder God. He might even become more fluent with it than Tobirama or Minato. But before any of that, he needed sealing arts. He was Senju, and the clan still possessed a stockpile of fuinjutsu scrolls. But Hikaru didn't believe he had much natural talent for it. Sealing arts weren't like ninjutsu. They were a different language entirely. A different system. A new world. He'd experimented with it in childhood, and gotten nowhere. So for Flying Thunder God, I'll have to force it. And Kakashi is under my command now. If it came to it, he'd have to use Kakashi, use him to get an introduction. To visit the Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, a core member of the Uzumaki clan, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was a sealing master by blood and by skill. Hikaru had no doubt her sealing knowledge was terrifying. Minato's Flying Thunder God itself probably carried traces of her influence. If Kushina taught him, Hikaru was certain he could gain the foundation he needed. He didn't even need much, just the basics. Enough to seal and enough to shape and anchor a Flying Thunder God formula. With his cheat, once he could perform that much, he could refine it into combat-level usage himself. Self-research fits you best, Hikaru admitted inwardly. But right now, learning directly from the right teacher is better. And Kushina's ability is beyond doubt. He pictured the original story, Kushina suppressing the Nine Tails with sealing chains, even at death's edge with only the last scraps of her chakra still helping Naruto complete the seal. Just imagining it made Hikaru's blood run hot. Kakashi's value was enormous. The help he could provide, directly and indirectly, was beyond imagination. Hikaru's earlier warning to Kakashi had been meant as long-term positioning, with a side of stirring tension between the fourth and third. Whether it worked or not, Hikaru hadn't even cared. But now, looking at the situation, he realized something. That move had value. Whether the effect turned out positive or negative was unclear. But, positive or negative, he could adjust from the shadows. That was his advantage. Chapter 14. Teammates. After resting at home for 2 days, Hikaru returned to ANBU on schedule. ANBU work was strange like that, busy to the point of suffocation, yet sometimes oddly relaxed when there were no missions or special assignments. You might run an operation today and be allowed to rest for several days. Then the next mission would come, and you wouldn't sleep properly for a week. So in ANBU. Besides learning practical skills and memorizing endless intelligence, you also had to manage your time carefully. Hikaru did that well. His cheat helped, cutting down the time he wasted on pointless detours, but planning and studying were still necessary to end those 2 days. Hikaru had not only organized his next steps, some still vague, but at least forming a direction. He'd also forced himself to study sealing arts. He knew he had a long road ahead. But if he didn't push now, he'd have no chance at all. I'm not a genius, Hikaru admitted to himself. I'm just someone with special conditions on my side. So I have to work even harder. He understood his own talent level clearly. Without those strange fruits he'd cultivated to strengthen himself, he'd have died in ANBU long ago, or been sent to the front lines as one more disposable body. The irony was bitter. The will of fire in Hashirama's era had been the founding purpose of Konoha, to protect children from war, to prevent young lives from being crushed in chaos. Yet in the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, under the Third Hokage's reign, countless children had still been thrown onto battlefields. That was the complete opposite of Konoha's original intent. Maybe it wasn't Sarutobi's wish, maybe Konoha truly had been cornered. But the fact remained, it happened that if Hikaru hadn't had a little luck, if his family hadn't had a few connections, he wouldn't have escaped that fate either. Nightingale Captain. Morning. Morning. Hikaru smiled and greeted a few colleagues as he entered the ANBU compound, but soon his gaze caught on one figure sitting alone in the corner. Kakashi. Hikaru thought briefly, then walked over. If he wanted Kakashi to eventually introduce him to Kushina, then their relationship couldn't stay cold. Why are you sitting alone? Hikaru asked casually as he stopped beside him. Building relationships helps you in the long run. Captain. Kakashi lifted his head and answered flatly. Then, nothing. Hikaru didn't mind that he reached down, grabbed Kakashi by the arm and pulled him up. Kakashi looked slightly puzzled, but he didn't resist. To him, Hikaru was his captain, and his teacher wanted him to get along with Hikaru. Hikaru led him into the training room. Inside, several ANBU were running basic drills. Simple movements to keep their bodies loose and ready. It was more than habit. ANBU missions weren't limited to outside the village. Work inside Konoha happened often too, and unlike missions beyond the walls, village operations rarely gave you time to prepare. Staying warmed up mattered. Captain. The moment Hikaru stepped in, 2 ANBU jogged over and greeted him. They looked 17 or 18, tall and solid. It felt strange seeing them call a 13-year-old captain. But no one in ANBU considered it strange. Competition in ANBU was harsher than anywhere else. In wartime, promotions could come from battlefield merit and emergency appointments. In ANBU, there was no such generosity. Only strength and mission volume mattered, brutal but efficient. Hikaru might have entered through connections, but his ability was real. And he'd spent 3 years earning that squad leader slot. I knew you two would be here. Hikaru smiled warmly, then gestured toward Kakashi. This guy, I'm sure you've heard of him. My old classmate. A real prodigy. He paused, then pointed back at the 2 ANBU at his side, still speaking gently. These two are Yaya and Shinichi. They've both saved my life before. Neither Yaya nor Shinichi had a surname, that if they absolutely needed one, maybe Yakushi would fit best. They were both raised in an orphanage. Their parents had died in war, so completely that no one could even trace their identities. They had no clan name, no family crest. Only a given name. It was their misfortune, but also their luck. At least they'd entered ANBU instead of Root, where humanity was ground away clean. Don't listen to the captain, Shinichi said, shaking his head. He saved the two of us. Then he nodded politely at Kakashi. My name is Shinichi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. And I'm Yaya, the other added. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Compared to Shinichi and Yaya, Kakashi was polite but distant. His manners were correct, but there was no warmth. Still, he was new. No one took it personally, and Shinichi and Yaya likely already knew his background from files. Kakashi's coldness didn't surprise them. Of course, they weren't overly enthusiastic either. A man who had personally killed a teammate, even in ANBU, was someone you watched carefully. All right, Hikaru said, pleased that introductions were done. From now on, we're teammates. I don't know how long this lineup will last, but as long as we work together, we'll finish our missions cleanly. Yes, Captain. Yaya, Shinichi, and Kakashi replied in unison. ANBU teams weren't permanent. Sometimes they stayed together for years. Sometimes they broke apart overnight. A death in the field. A sudden transfer like Kakashi's, anything could force a reshuffle, and ANBU's casualty rate wasn't low. The enemies they faced weren't ordinary. If you weren't discovered, you lived. If you were, coming home wasn't guaranteed. Hikaru nodded in satisfaction. He was just about to add a few more lines, something warm, something binding, something that would tighten the team, when a voice cut through the room. All units assemble. Chapter 15. Have you ever killed your own teammate? ANBU missions were always like this. You might be on standby, but you never knew when an assignment would drop. Nor would you know exactly what it was. Secrecy was absolute. Except for Kakashi, everyone in Hikaru's squad were veterans who had spent years in ANBU. They were already used to this rhythm. The previously crowded training hall emptied out in moments. Soon, every ANBU operative stationed at the compound had gathered in the front lounge. They stood silently, arranged by squad, without a single wasted movement. At moments like this, ANBU discipline showed itself in full. Everyone present? The battalion commander swept his gaze across the room before speaking coldly. There is an urgent mission. Target location, a border outpost in the northwest. Squad leaders will receive the detailed coordinates. Your objective is to intercept and eliminate all foreign shinobi attempting to attack the outpost. Remember, all of them. Understood? Yes, battalion commander. Every ANBU answered in unison. Hikaru included. This kind of mission was nothing new, especially after Konoha signed the peace treaty with the Wagakure. Border raids like this had grown more frequent in just a few short months. Hikaru himself had carried out similar operations several times already. They weren't as clean as counterintelligence assassinations, but they weren't unfamiliar either. After receiving the preliminary orders, Hikaru prepared to move out, but just as he finished collecting the standard issue equipment with Kakashi and the others, the battalion commander stopped in front of him. Battalion commander, Hikaru said immediately, his posture straight and respectful. Nightingale. For this operation you will once again execute the mission together with Kakashi alone. The commander's voice remained flat as his eyes shifted briefly to the other two. As for Grey Cat and Heron, you will be transferred to 2nd Battalion, 5th Squad and 9th Squad. You will serve as acting captains and are responsible for rebuilding those units. Understood? Yes, battalion commander. They answered without hesitation. Grey Cat and Heron were Shinichi's and Yaya's ANBU code names. The 2nd Battalion was another operational branch within ANBU. ANBU itself was divided into several departments: intelligence, interrogation, operations, reserves, and so on. Each department coordinated with the others and was further split into multiple small squads, none of them particularly large. The reserve department hardly needed explanation. It was ANBU's manpower pool, and the place all newcomers were sent first. Recruits trained there until they were deemed qualified. Because of the war, Hikaru had only stayed there for a month before being pushed into active duty. In a sense, he'd graduated early. The operations department, however, was the second largest branch, and the most important. It consisted of 3 battalions, each with more than 10 squads. Altogether, around 40 to 50 operatives. Every single one of them was elite. Even if their overall strength didn't quite reach Jonin level, each had at least one area where they matched or passed a Jonin. Congratulations, you two, Hikaru said with a warm smile once the commander left. I never thought I'd raise 2 captains. Captain, don't say it like that, Shinichi said awkwardly, then sighed. Looks like those 2 squads were completely wiped out. Yeah, Yaya added, rubbing his head. This one's going to be rough. Assigning new captains and rebuilding squads meant only one thing: the original teams no longer existed. Hikaru didn't know what kind of trouble the 2nd Battalion had run into, but the outcome was obvious. That he let out a quiet breath. Neither Shinichi nor Yaya wanted to dwell on it either. With missions waiting, there was no time for more conversation. They soon parted ways. After collecting their gear, Hikaru led Kakashi straight out of the village. Sometimes Hikaru wondered if he had a cursed tongue. He just said, I don't know how long we'll stay together. And now the team had already been split apart. Still, he didn't think much of it. To him, changing teammates wasn't a big deal. Over the years in ANBU he'd seen plenty of turnover. Some died in missions, some were reassigned to the front lines because experienced hands were needed, others were transferred just like today. He had never personally killed a teammate. At most he had chosen to abandon certain teammates in order to complete the mission. Interestingly enough, that decision had never earned him punishment. On the contrary, because he was considered decisive and efficient, he'd eventually been promoted to squad leader. Shinichi and Yaya hadn't been with him long, only a few months, but Hikaru's gentle demeanor, solid strength, and calm judgment in combat had earned their complete trust. Among all the teammates he'd had over the years, they suited him best. Captain, about the squad being split. Once they were well outside Konoha's borders, Kakashi finally spoke. Hikaru glanced at him. The ANBU mask hid Kakashi's expression, but that hardly mattered. Even without it, Kakashi's face was always half covered. Still, the question made Hikaru raise an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that his earlier, probing words had had some effect after all. This time though, Hikaru could tell it wasn't the battalion commander deliberately targeting Kakashi. Some things lost their effect when pushed too far, and squad wipes in ANBU weren't exactly rare. The commander wouldn't fabricate something like this, anyone could verify it with a single inquiry. Besides, Kakashi had the fourth Hokage behind him. Even if Minato couldn't fully control ANBU, securing a squad leader's post wouldn't be difficult. The squad needed manpower. "We obey orders," Hikaru said with a faint smile. "This kind of thing happens all the time in ANBU. I've lost count of how many teammates I've changed. You get used to it. So that's why." Kakashi turned to look at him. "That's why you said you didn't know how long we'd be together?" He hesitated, then suddenly asked, "Captain, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead." Kakashi paused for a heartbeat. "Have you ever personally killed your own teammate?" Chapter 16. I really envy you. Killed my own teammate, with my own hands? Kakashi's question made Hikaru pause. He hadn't expected something so blunt, so strange, and honestly so rude. But after thinking for a beat, Hikaru understood why Kakashi would ask. ANBU work, by its nature, was cold, unfeeling, bloody. In the middle of a mission, eliminating a liability, even if that liability wore your own uniform, was not unthinkable. Just look at Kirigakure. Their ANBU had been known to kill their own companions to prevent intelligence leakage. Not one, not two, all of them. And in most people's eyes, ANBU was ANBU. No matter which village it belonged to. So Kakashi asking this wasn't surprising at all. After all, he had killed a teammate himself. Even if it had been an accident, the blood was already on his hands. A man like Kakashi didn't argue semantics. He didn't ask why his teammate chose that path. He only dug deeper into one conclusion: I did it. "I'm sorry," Hikaru said softly. "I'm not sure whether I count as someone who's done that." His voice stayed gentle, but it carried a vague, tired ambiguity, like a sigh wrapped in politeness. "You already know what ANBU work is like, or you wouldn't ask. And I know what happened to you. In ANBU, very few things stay secret." He slowed his pace slightly, gaze forward. "But since you asked, I'll tell you something. It was around my third year in ANBU. We were assigned to steal intelligence from Iwagakure. At first, everything went smoothly. Then our luck turned. We got marked by Iwa's own Black Ops. They chased us down. By the end, only me and one teammate were left. And he was badly wounded." Hikaru spoke gently, and the edges of sorrow seemed to creep into his tone. That part was true. He wasn't making it up, but the emotion behind it, that was something Hikaru could control. If you were going to tell a story, especially to someone like Kakashi, your delivery mattered as much as the words. Back then, that wounded teammate had begged Hikaru to finish the mission no matter what, and beyond that, he asked Hikaru to kill him. Dying to the enemy was humiliating. Being captured alive was worse than death. ANBU had ways to destroy their own bodies, yes, techniques that could melt everything down before interrogation, but the agony those methods caused was unimaginable. Better to die quickly, better to die at a teammate's hand, someone who knew how to handle the body. Hikaru had hesitated for only a moment before refusing. Instead, he offered a different suggestion. "Rather than die by my hand," Hikaru had told him back then, "why not draw them off and wait for reinforcements?" That was what Hikaru truly meant, but the wounded teammate seemed to misunderstand it. He thought Hikaru was trying to push him to live. So he believed him. With his last chakra, he created a shadow clone, disguised it as Hikaru, and used it to lure the enemy away. The result wasn't pretty. Hikaru didn't go back for him. He reported it to the battalion commander. And the commander never attempted a rescue either. The matter ended there, because everyone simply labeled the teammate as Kia. But a story could be told in many ways. Hikaru adjusted it, just slightly, turning it into a narrative where the teammate made that choice on his own. And with that, the taste of the story changed completely. Honestly, Hikaru said, finishing, I probably should have killed him. With wounds that severe, he had almost no chance to survive. If I'd given him a clean end, at least I would have spared him the pain. He let the words hang, then turned his head toward Kakashi. Kakashi's mask hid his expression, but the exposed eye held something unfocused, lost, drifting. Hikaru's voice softened further, almost a whisper. Honestly, I really envy you, Kakashi. Me? Kakashi snapped back to attention, confusion flickering through his gaze. Yes. Hikaru nodded. I don't know what your exact situation was. I can't judge what you and your teammates were thinking in that moment. But you did something I couldn't. You're a hero. And you're brave. And Rin was too. For a swordsman, all it takes to swing the blade is courage. But for a shinobi, especially when that blade is turned toward a comrade, the weight you have to carry is far heavier than anyone understands. It sounded like praise. It sounded like comfort, and somehow that made Kakashi feel even worse. He understood exactly what Hikaru meant, but he didn't know how to answer. He didn't agree with Hikaru's words. He shouldn't agree, yet somewhere deep inside he desperately wanted to. That contradiction churned inside him like ice water. Was what I did really wrong? Was what Rin chose really wrong? Kakashi couldn't find an answer. Worse, he didn't even know what kind of answer he wanted, seeing Kakashi fall silent, Hikaru didn't push further. He'd already nudged the thoughts where Kakashi needed them to go. That was enough. The rest would take time. Still, Hikaru thought as they continued onward, for him to approach me like this, was it his own choice, or did the fourth Hokage suggest something? If he was right, that made things interesting. At first, Hikaru had only wanted to stir a little smoke, but after receiving Flying Thunder God, his priorities shifted. He'd been uncertain whether his earlier move would bring good or bad consequences. But Kakashi's attitude now suggested one thing: the fourth Hokage didn't hold any hostility toward him. Then if I push a little more, maybe I can get Kakashi to do me a favor? Behind the mask, Hikaru smiled, his mood lifted noticeably. Still, I'll need to keep pressing. After we return, I'll have to maintain this connection. And also, his gaze flickered, and his system panel surfaced again, the familiar data-like display sliding into view. Hikaru sighed quietly. Chapter 17, The Power of Kage. Who takes the blame? Name: Senju Hikaru. Gender: male. Birthday: Konoha. Calendar year 34, March 24. Rank: Jonin, Chunin. Bloodline development: Beginner. Senju Secret Arts Seeds: Jonin Chakra Capacity Seed, 60% mature. Advanced Earth Release Seed, 82% mature. Advanced Earth Release Seed, 70% mature. Advanced Water Release Seed, 70% mature. Fruits: Nun Quest, become the true final boss of the shinobi world. Unique: only the Advanced Earth Release Seed went up, and everything else stayed the same. Staring at the panel, Hikaru could only sigh. He'd expected it, but it still felt frustrating. Sure, he was glad the Senjutsu seed had grown, but what he wanted most, more than anything, was for the Jonin Chakra Capacity Seed to finish. His chakra pool was too small. Or rather, the amount of chakra he could actually use was too small. At this point, Hikaru didn't even know what his real chakra reserves looked like anymore, because the 4 seeds in his body, mid-tier and high-tier, were greedy to the point of cruelty. He still remembered the early days. At first he could only plant 2 seeds. Then slowly he managed 4, then 8. He'd been happy for a while, until he realized the problem. Not just the time cost, not just how little chakra he had as a kid split across too many seeds. The real problem was, growth slowed to a crawl, and to this day he still hadn't harvested a single advanced fruit. Worse, with his old planting habits, he had a strong feeling those seeds could have drained him dry. I don't want to end up like Guy. His basic attributes did make that path tempting, but Hikaru respected Guy. His character, his spirit, his strength. He did not respect Guy's aesthetics, More importantly, Hikaru had no intention of betting everything on taijutsu alone. He had the foundation to develop in multiple directions. Why trap himself in one? Still, if I'm counting it right, in half a year to a year I should be able to harvest everything. Just imagining that one-time haul made Hikaru's heart rise, because that wouldn't be a small upgrade, it would be a genuine leap. First, chakra. If his chakra finally reached true Jonin level, that alone would fix one of his biggest weaknesses. Second, intermediate senjutsu. More survivability, more insurance. This wasn't Naruto's later era, where Kage-level monsters ran around like street dogs and Jonin felt cheap. Even if the cracks were starting to show, Obito already breaking the rules several. Mange-cheong lurking in the near future. With intermediate sage mode, Hikaru believed he could handle things far more comfortably, and then there were the advanced earth and water fruits. Those made him itch, because once he had them it meant a deeper understanding and tighter control of those chakra natures. Right now his water and earth were still powered by intermediate fruits, yet the techniques he produced were already frightening, because he'd begun to grasp the shape change and nature change of those chakra types at a decent level. That if those fruits advanced, that meant true mastery. It meant simplification. Maybe, like Hashirama. One seal, whatever jutsu you want it comes. Hand seals? That was what lower tier shinobi did. A truly strong shinobi could compress the entire process into a single sign. And in real combat, standing still to weave seals was the easiest way to hand your enemy an opening, unless you could force someone else to weave seals for you, or you could form 5 seals in a second. Standing there was just volunteering to become a target. Hikaru had no intention of ever being the target, and he believed that day wasn't far. After that, the road was quiet. He and Kakashi kept moving but didn't talk much. Kakashi was trapped in his own head, wrestling with what Hikaru had said, and Hikaru was busy with his own calculations, future routes, power planning, and the headache of sealing arts theory. By nightfall, they found a cave to rest in, planning to continue at dawn. Their destination lay around the border zones, the river country and the rain country. To be honest, Hikaru didn't want to go anywhere near that region, for one simple reason: Amigakure was Akatsuki's soil. If nothing had changed, Obito had already ensnared Nagato, and Nagato was building Akatsuki up. Kakuzu's existence alone proved it. Hikaru remembered this clearly. Danzō, for reasons that always stank of special circumstances, accepted an invitation from Hanzo the salamander to strike at Akatsuki, and they did it loudly. Hanzo even openly named Danzō's affiliation. The result was a tragedy. Root was almost completely wiped out. It seemed only Danzō himself crawled back to Konoha, and because of that disaster, the man who once dreamed of becoming Hokage, a man full of ambition, pivoted into supporting Orochimaru with absolute commitment. Then Orochimaru failed, which meant Danzō's gamble failed again. Worst of all, he couldn't even retaliate. His most important piece was nearly crippled, still rebuilding from the wreckage. Danzō's plan didn't just cripple himself, it crippled Konoha too. Akatsuki already hated Konoha. Jiraiya had managed to soften it over time. But Danzō, he piled new hatred on top of old. And Danzō hadn't just dragged himself and Konoha into a pit, he dragged Hanzo down with him as well. Danzō was protected by the village. He was a high-ranking Konoha figure, and because Nagato needed time to gather strength, they wouldn't move against Konoha's top brass too quickly. But Hanzo lived in the rain. He was right there, head up, head down, every day, same sky, same streets. If Nagato wanted someone's throat first, it was obvious whose. For now, it probably hadn't happened yet. Nagato still needed power, and Hanzo himself was terrifyingly strong. But even so, Nagato would have to be cautious around Hanzo. Meanwhile, Hikaru, he was just an ordinary Konoha shinobi. If he blundered into that mess, there would be no caution. He would simply be erased. Danzō's impact really was something else. Sometimes he wasn't just blamed for things he didn't do. A lot of the time, he genuinely deserved every ounce of that blame. Chapter 18. A critical moment at a Konoha monitoring post near the tri-border where the land of fire met the land of rivers and the land of rain. The watch continued as it always had. The war was over. At least in a certain sense. After more than a decade of bloodshed, the fires had finally begun to die down. For the shinobi stationed along the frontier, that was nothing short of a blessing. Because when war returned, the first ones to be crushed under the enemy's opening strike were always the border garrisons. Even now, peace didn't mean they could go home. Konoha's borders were still uneasy, but compared to the old days it was safer. "Captain," a young shinobi asked as he peered through binoculars from the watchtower. "How much longer until your rotation?" Border units rotated out regularly. Once your shift ended, you could finally return to Konoha, to family, to warmth, to something that felt like living. The middle-aged captain chuckled and shook his head. "What, you're hoping to go back with me?" "Captain, we're on the same squad," the young man said with a grin. "Of course it's normal we'd go back together." The captain clapped him on the shoulder. "Sounds like you're thinking about Nobuko." "So? When are you two getting married?" "Captain," the younger shinobi protested, clearly embarrassed. Laughter spread across the tower. War's end had loosened everyone's hearts. If this were still wartime, no one would have said things like that. Back then, they didn't even know if they'd see the sunrise. The post felt lively, but it didn't last. "Captain," someone shouted suddenly from another vantage point. "3 squads are approaching from the west." The captain's expression tightened, but he kept his voice steady. "Can you tell which village they're from?" The shinobi adjusted his binoculars, staring hard. "From the uniforms and forehead protectors, they look like IWA Nin." "But Captain, why are they coming from that direction?" "This side." "I know what you mean," the captain cut him off. "Everyone stay alert. But remember this, we absolutely do not strike first. Understood?" He'd already sensed something was wrong based on their approach route, but caution mattered more than instinct. Konoha and Iwagakure had signed a ceasefire agreement. If Konoha struck first, it could be interpreted as tearing up the treaty. Even if these IWA Nin were imposters, he couldn't gamble on it. If they were real and he attacked first, it would be political suicide. Even if it didn't restart the war, he'd be punished severely. "Yes, Captain. Watch out." The captain's eyes widened. Several kunai were already flying toward them. His warning came a split second before impact. Some of the Konoha shinobi drew kunai in time and knocked the projectiles away. Others didn't even manage that. They raised their binoculars as crude shields. And in that moment of chaos, the IWA Nin surged into the monitoring post and attacked outright. "What are you doing?" The captain charged forward immediately, intercepting one attacker with a kunai and shouting as he blocked. "Are you trying to destroy the peace between Konoha and IWA?" But the enemy didn't answer. Their strikes only became more vicious, and in that instant the captain understood, these were not real IWA Nin. Worse, their strength wasn't overwhelming, but their numbers were several times the garrison's. They'd launched a surprise assault and seized the initiative. Within moments, Konoha's defenders were bleeding, and in this kind of fight there was no chance to send a distress signal. No time to break away and contact the main camp for reinforcements. "At this rate, we're finished." He kicked one attacker away, but more poured in. Fewer men meant being surrounded from every angle. Normal shinobi didn't have Sharingan. Unless you were strong enough to dominate the entire field, being outnumbered like this was suffocating, helpless. The captain blocked another strike, then swept his gaze across the post. His men were still alive, but they were all injured. The young shinobi who'd teased him earlier had taken a kunai to the chest. The blood blooming from the wound in a steady flow. Thank the heavens it hadn't pierced something vital, otherwise he'd already be dead. But if this continued, death was only a matter of time. None of them would make it out. "Is this where it ends?" The captain parried a lethal blow and tried to move to the young man's side, and then a pain like tearing fire exploded across his back. A kunai had punched through him from behind. His strength began leaking away. The agony made his vision blur at the edges, his thoughts slipping. Death was terrifying, especially when you still had things you hadn't let go of. He forced himself to swing at the attacker behind him. But the twist only sent fresh agony through his body. His movement slowed. His counterattack was weak, barely even a threat, and because he faltered, another enemy landed a hit. A kunai sliced across his waist. Blood spilled out in a rush. The captain's legs gave way. He crashed to the ground. His fingers still clenched his kunai so tightly his knuckles went white, but he couldn't rise. His vision dimmed further and the world became a smear of shadows. "So that's it, Nobuko. Looks like I won't be coming back to you." A long, quiet breath escaped him. The enemy's kunai drew closer. The captain bit down hard. Even if he died here, he wouldn't let them walk away unharmed. And then a kunai glowing with blue light tore through the air. A sharp whistle, a flash, and it buried itself in the enemy's chest. Chapter 19. Just in time, Hikaru and Kakashi rested properly. or the night, then set off again at first light. But Kakashi kept stealing glances at Hikaru in the second half of the night. When Kakashi woke up to take over watch, he'd clearly seen it. Hikaru was reading a sealing arts scroll. Fuinjutsu wasn't something ordinary shinobi could casually get their hands on. It wasn't just rare, its difficulty was on another level. Kakashi could understand how Hikaru might obtain it. He was a veteran ANBU operative. With enough merit, accessing uncommon materials wasn't impossible. Still, learning sealing arts wasn't something you did on a whim. Even with references in hand, the number of people who could truly grasp it was painfully small. In every village, anyone proficient in sealing techniques was considered elite. Even if their combat strength wasn't impressive, they'd still be assigned to a sealing unit and protected carefully. Just look at the barrier seals each village used to detect infiltrators. Those systems alone proved how valuable a Fuinjutsu specialist was. Sure, against monsters strong enough to brute force their way through, those seals might feel flimsy. But at the very least they gave warning. "Captain," Kakashi asked on the road, unable to hold it in, "are you interested in sealing arts?" "More or less." Hikaru nodded. "I've always been interested, actually. Unfortunately, my talent in it seems flawed. But I'm not planning to give up." "Is that so?" Kakashi pressed his lips together as if thinking of something. "All right, enough about that." Hikaru smiled and shook his head. "Let's move. We still have a mission. If we arrive late, it'll get ugly." Kakashi fell quiet. Their mission mattered more, but he still filed away the detail. Hikaru wanted to learn sealing arts. For most people, Fuinjutsu was difficult and unreachable. Kakashi was different. In the future, he would have a decent grasp of it. When Sasuke was branded by Orochimaru, Kakashi was the first to suppress the curse mark with a seal, and Kakashi had the right foundations. His teacher was Minato Namikaze. His teacher's wife was Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If anyone had access to that world, it was Kakashi. They moved fast. Another day and more passed before they reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Fire Country was vast, even shinobi needed days to cross it. Fortunately, they weren't escorting civilians and they weren't marching with an army. 2 operatives could travel light and cut corners. After arriving, they didn't head straight for the main outpost. Instead, they surveyed the surrounding area first. ANBU and border garrisons were different systems. To avoid messy handovers and for secrecy, ANBU typically didn't make direct contact unless necessary. More importantly, garrison units could be compromised if there was infiltration. Their presence leaking would mean the mission itself became dangerous. Reducing risk was ANBU's job. They circled the border perimeter and checked several monitoring towers near the outpost. Hikaru nodded. No abnormalities. The area was quiet, dangerous terrain on paper, but calm in reality. "Looks all right," Kakashi said after scanning the surroundings. "But isn't there one tower we haven't checked yet?" "Yeah." Hikaru nodded. "Let's go. Once we finish that one, we can rest for a bit." Each monitoring post was set at a different position, but all were arranged in a ring around the outpost with clear sightlines. If the outpost was attacked, as long as the enemy wasn't overwhelmingly strong or too numerous, the garrison could fire signal flares and call for help. But if ANBU had been deployed, it meant the attackers might not be few. Mid-stride, Hikaru's brows drew together. His senses caught chakra disturbances in the distance. His perception had always been sharp. He didn't have to strain to pick up movement, and this fluctuation was violent, active combat, which meant the last tower had likely already been hit. "Speed up. Combat ready." Hikaru's voice turned crisp. "We've got trouble. There are probably a lot of them." "Yes, Captain." Kakashi didn't question it. He already knew Hikaru had excellent sensory ability. He didn't know how deep it went, but it was trustworthy. Their pace jumped instantly. As they ran, both began prepping weapons and tools. Soon they could see it with their own eyes. On a tall watchtower ahead, more than a dozen shinobi in Iwagakure's signature red were assaulting Konoha defenders. "Iwa Nin?" Kakashi frowned. "So they're disguising themselves on purpose, to sabotage the peace treaty?" "Obviously," Hikaru replied evenly. "Everyone can tell what this is. In the end, it comes down to profit, interests." Interests. Kakashi's brows furrowed. He didn't fully understand what Hikaru meant, but there wasn't time to ask, because they were close enough now to see the Konoha garrison breaking under pressure. And then Hikaru suddenly drew a kunai in. The next instant, powerful water release chakra gathered along the blade. Kakashi's eye flicked wider. The water chakra grew denser, then began compressing and spiraling with frightening speed, and then abruptly, it went still, but the water no longer felt like water. It felt sharp, like a blade, like pressure honed to a point. Even Kakashi felt his scalp prickle. That's chakra-shape transformation and nature transformation pushed to a ridiculously high level, Kakashi thought. Hikaru's arm snapped forward. The kunai launched with a violent screech of air friction, a whistling streak of compressed killing intent, driving straight toward an enemy's chest. Chapter 20. Godspeed. The kunai infused with Hikaru's chakra slammed straight into the chest of one of the IWA nin. It didn't just pierce him, it ripped through, tearing open his torso and carrying a spray of blood as it continued forward toward the man behind him. Damn it! Another shinobi in a Wagakure attire cursed loudly, instantly raising his blade to block. But in front of that faintly blue-glowing kunai, his defense was laughably fragile. The moment steel met steel, cracks spread across his sword like a spiderweb. In the next heartbeat, the blade snapped cleanly in half. If not for a nearby companion reacting fast enough, yanking him sideways, the kunai would have punched straight through his chest. The middle-aged Konoha captain was still dazed. 1 second earlier, death had been unavoidable. The next, the situation had flipped completely. The whiplash was intense, but he was still a shinobi, even gravely wounded, even shaken. This was no time to collapse and watch. He forced himself upright and swept his gaze over his subordinates, a bitter sigh escaping him. 3 men. A standard cell. 1 already dead, the other 2, including himself, badly injured. Still, he thought grimly, reinforcements are here. The next moment, 2 figures dropped in front of him. Black and white armor, white animal masks, both with pale hair. They looked Yun-ji, but the chakra radiating from them made the captain's heart tighten. ANBU, he realized. And not ordinary ones. Hikaru didn't spare him a glance. He took in the battlefield in a single sweep, then calmly drew his blade. Kakashi stood beside him, silent and alert, making no move to attack, clearly waiting for orders. That alone made Hikaru inwardly nod in approval. In the original timeline, Kakashi in ANBU had been infamous for ignoring commands, killing targets even when ordered to stand down. The fact that he waited now meant one thing: he trusted Hikaru. That was good. Leave 1 or 2 alive, Hikaru said evenly. Kill the rest. Yes, Captain. Kakashi's reply was cold and sharp. In the next instant, he vanished in a streak of lightning, charging straight into the enemy ranks as arcs of electricity crackled around his wrist. Hikaru moved at the same time. A single body flicker, and he was already beside one of the IWA nin, his blade flashing out without hesitation. His speed was terrifying. Years ago, the countless base attribute fruits he'd cultivated had reshaped his body beyond normal limits. Combined with his mastery of body flicker, his movement was so fast it left no afterimage at all. Slashed out a spray of blood. With one clean cut, the enemy's head flew free. Before anyone could react, Hikaru pivoted, his blade howling through the air as it carved toward another target. Now the IWA nin finally reacted. Several rushed him at once, but by the time they moved, Hikaru had already killed again. His sword slid across a throat, precise and controlled, severing the artery in a single stroke. Blood splashed past the edge of his mask. In the same motion, he twisted, catching a surprise strike on his blade, while multiple kunai screamed toward him from different angles. Hikaru didn't panic. The moment the kunai struck, his body dissolved into smoke. A log dropped to the ground. Substitution, watch out, one of the enemies shouted. Too late. Behind him, chakra surged. Water release, water dragon bullet. What? Using water release without a water source. A massive dragon of water formed instantly, roaring as it slammed into the cramped monitoring post. Boom. The tower couldn't withstand the onslaught. As it collapsed, Hikaru snatched the wounded captain and another severely injured Konoha shinobi, pulling them clear. The last surviving defender was less injured. Hikaru ignored him. Landing smoothly, Hikaru flicked several kunai to suppress the enemy's advance. Then formed seals again. Water release, exploding water dragon. A violent whirlpool erupted from the ground. Several IWA nin who hadn't yet regained their footing were flung skyward as the vortex rose, condensing more and more water, until, more than 10 meters up, it shaped itself into a massive water dragon. The dragon roared. then crashed down. At least 3 enemies were crushed outright, their bodies swept away by the impact. 2 others barely managed to evade. But the floodwaters surrounded them, forcing them to stand on the water's surface to continue fighting. They looked uncomfortable. Not used to fighting near water? Hikaru observed, brow lifting slightly. That narrowed things down. Few shinobi struggled this badly in such terrain, but those from the land of wind or the land of earth often did. By now, Hikaru had a pretty good idea where these people actually came from. 2 enemies remained. 1 was already enough. Living captives were far more valuable than corpses. Interrogation could extract things no amount of post-mortem analysis ever could. Only when capture was impossible did ANBU settle for heads. Hikaru gauged his chakra reserves and quietly exhaled, strong in every area, except 1. Chakra's still not enough. But, he thought calmly, lowering into a forward stance while his left hand formed seals behind his back, that's fine. Because this ends now. Water release, water flash. His remaining chakra surged violently. In the blink of an eye, Hikaru vanished. When he reappeared, it was directly behind one of the enemies. The man didn't even realize what had happened. Only when a sharp pain blossomed across his neck did his vision begin to fade. His consciousness slipped away. A single thought echoed in his mind. So fast. Chapter 21, Ambush. Looks like it's all wrapped up. In the forest, Hikaru watched Kakashi approach with a iwa nin slung in his grip, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. During the fight, they'd split up. Hikaru hadn't seen Kakashi's side of the battlefield directly, but he could sense Kakashi's condition easily enough, and that piercing Chidori shriek had been practically screaming the answer. Kakashi hadn't struggled. As for Hikaru himself, there wasn't much to say. None of these people were jonin. At best, they were special jonin level. That kind of group was dangerous in numbers, sure, but against someone who'd survived 5 years in ANBU, threatening but not crushing, and most importantly, they had no one capable of countering speed. Speed was the most terrifying weapon a shinobi could possess. Back in the academy days, Rock Lee had humiliated Sasuke with pure speed. Sasuke could see it. But his body couldn't follow. That was with Sharingan. These imposters didn't even have that, and Hikaru's speed was far beyond Lee's. Even if Lee dropped all his weights, he still wouldn't catch Hikaru. That was what those base attribute fruits had done to him. They'd screwed him over in plenty of ways. Some after effects still hadn't faded even now, but the change they brought was undeniable. Yes, Captain. Kakashi dropped a half-dead shinobi at Hikaru's feet as casually as tossing a sack of rice, then swept his gaze around. Where are the others? Badly injured, Hikaru said with a mild smile. I sent them back. The outpost has mednin. Their wounds won't wait for us to escort them. Those defenders couldn't stay here. As soon as the fight ended, Hikaru ordered them to move fast. They understood. When ANBU gave orders, you didn't argue. And right now they were too grateful to argue anyway. If these 2 masked operatives hadn't arrived in time, the garrison would have been wiped out. Besides, if they lingered, they'd bleed out. So under the help of the least injured survivor, the wounded had already staggered toward the outpost. After the brief explanation, Hikaru turned his attention to the 2 remaining iwa nin. He walked over slowly, drew a kunai, then stopped in front of them. Now it's just you 2 left, he said, voice gentle, almost warm. I'll give you a choice. Choice? Kakashi's eye slid toward Hikaru, but he didn't speak. He didn't interfere. He simply let Hikaru handle it in the end. These weren't ANBU operatives. If they were, interrogation wouldn't be so simple. ANBU went into missions prepared to destroy themselves if captured. Many even carried techniques designed to dissolve their own bodies, leaving nothing bay. Even Kakashi, who'd only just joined, had that, and because he knew that, Kakashi had checked the prisoners the moment he subdued them, only relaxing once he confirmed they weren't ANBU. Then, Kakashi's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Hikaru had given him a quick, hidden hand signal, enemy presence. Stay alert. More enemies, probably whoever was supposed to rendezvous with these guys. Hikaru acted as though nothing had happened. He tossed the kunai onto the ground between the 2 prisoners and continued in the same calm tone. I'm not going to interrogate you. Too much trouble. And I'm not bringing both of you back. Waste of time. So here's the deal, only one of you needs to stay alive. The one who survives comes with us to Konoha. Interrogation hurts, but at least it's a chance to live. If you cooperate, you can avoid a lot of pain. He tilted his head slightly, sounding almost polite. All right. Choose. It was the most disgusting kind of choice. Kakashi, watching from the side, felt a chill crawl up his spine. Hikaru's voice was soft and friendly, and yet it somehow felt worse than outright cruelty. One of the prisoners flinched. The other's jaw tightened, eyes narrowing, as if he was trying to decide whether Hikaru was bluffing. Then Hikaru spoke again, still gentle, still unhurried. Honestly, even if you don't say anything, I've already figured out who you are. You're Tsunade. Must have been rough, dressing up as Iwa Nin. Unlucky for you, didn't expect to get caught, did you? You, one of them jerked his head up, lips parting as if he wanted to snap back, but the words died in his throat. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, like he was refusing to believe Hikaru had real intel, convinced it was just a trick to shake them. Weirded out? Hikaru sighed lightly, shaking his head. We noticed your movement a long time ago, or we wouldn't be here. You think Tsunade was being subtle? Don't make me laugh. Do what I said and at least one of you walks away breathing. His tone was so steady it sounded like absolute certainty. Even Kakashi momentarily believed Konoha had them mapped from the start. But Hikaru was lying. He wasn't speaking from some grand strategic net.as an ANBU squad leader. Hikaru had access to fragments of intelligence, enough to connect dots. And in truth, the first warning hadn't even come from Konoha's main networks. It came from the land of grass. When great nations fought, small countries got crushed. Grass country had been the main battlefield between Konoha and Iwa. There was no way Konoha had zero eyes there. Konoha was weakened now. Its overseas networks weren't as active as before, especially when the village was trying to avoid unnecessary friction after the treaty. But small countries didn't matter politically in the same way. Operations there stayed just as aggressive as ever. Not every small nation had a Hanzo the Salamander. Not every small nation had a Taki with the 7-tails.so when too many foreign shinobi showed up in one place. Konoha noticed. Maybe they didn't know exactly where they were from at first, but they could guess what they were trying to do. Unfortunately, these two Iwa Nin didn't know any of that. Hikaru's words had them wobbling in uncertainty. Had their operation been compromised inside Suna? Had Konoha already anticipated them, which was why ANBU was here? No answer came. The two prisoners hesitated, still not moving. After a beat, Hikaru chuckled softly. Still can't decide? Fine, he said calmly, stepping forward. I'll decide for you. His voice didn't rise. It didn't sharpen, and it stayed gentle right up until the end. Let's start with you. And then Hikaru vanished. A blink later, a violent tremor rippled through the air somewhere behind them. Chapter 22. The moment Sage Chakra erupted, Hikaru had noticed it a long time ago. Someone was standing behind them in the forest. The man was hidden well, but under Hikaru's sensory range, it didn't matter how clean the concealment was. He still couldn't disappear. Hikaru just hadn't acted immediately. First, his chakra was running low. With only Chunin-level usable reserves, after a full fight he was already feeling the strain. Sure, he'd carved through those Suna shinobi like chopping vegetables, but that didn't mean the cost was small. They'd been unlucky. They'd run into an ANBU veteran who specialized in speed, and the mismatch became a slaughter. Under normal circumstances, even if those Suna were only Chunin, they wouldn't have collapsed that fast against a Jonin. If they kept their heads installed, they could have dragged things out, even if the end result was still getting picked off one by one. Hikaru had thrown out too many techniques. His chakra pool was near empty, and the hidden watcher, his chakra signature was already beyond Chunin. Worse, he was clearly the one assigned to rendezvous with them, which usually meant only one thing, a Jonin. So Hikaru chose to fish. He dragged things out on purpose, half to poke at the man's emotions, half to buy time and recover chakra, and this was where Hikaru was. Contradictory. In terms of chakra capacity, he was practically a disgrace to the Senju name, but in recovery speed, he was a point of pride. In just a few minutes, he'd already regained nearly 70%, without even touching a soldier pill, once his reserves stabilized. There was no reason to keep playing, and with his chakra limits, Hikaru made the decision. Cleanly, enemy is Jonin, enemy is hostile. Unlike Kakuzu, there's no room to probe and retreat. So this time, go all out. His thoughts were sharp, his strategy already set. He didn't know who the enemy was, but surely he wasn't cursed enough to run into another monster like Kakuzu. Kakuzu, at least, had a habit Hikaru could exploit. based on everything Hikaru remembered, that man rarely went full throttle unless forced. Whether it was Chiriku or Yujito the Two-Tails, Kakuzu barely exerted himself, letting Haiden do most of the dirty work. Even when he fought Asuma, he wasn't truly serious. Only against Kakashi did he finally commit, and even then it was because Kakashi had already ambushed him and destroyed one heart, and Kakuzu wanted to replace it with Kakashi's. With that data as a safety net, Hikaru had held his Sage Mode back. Besides, even if he used it, he still wouldn't have beaten Kakuzu. Better to keep it for escape. And it turned out he'd been right. Kakuzu's arrogance had been so deep Hikaru didn't even need Sage Mode to get away. But now was different. Hikaru had no intention of holding back. The instant he flickered forward, Senjutsu chakra surged through his body like a flood. If he weren't wearing a mask, you'd have seen it clearly, a faint reddish shadow blooming around his eyes. The hidden Tsuna operative had been listening. When Hikaru claimed Konoha already knew they were from Tsunade, the man hadn't panicked. Not really. There were only two possibilities. Either it was a bluff. Or their operation really had been exposed. But neither was a fatal problem. A bluff didn't matter. There was no hard proof. And even if they'd been discovered, so what? Tsuna didn't want another war after losing. But Konoha wasn't exactly in shape to start one either. If they could provoke friction between IWA and Konoha under an IWA flag, then everything was perfect. They could expand influence in the land of birds and the land of rivers, buffer zones, gold mines for mission contracts. If Tsunade could spread its reach there, the benefits were enormous. In other words, success meant pure profit. Failure still didn't truly lose. A few shinobi sacrificed for village-wide gain was a cheap price. The operative's conclusion was simple: that they've been caught, so we clean it up. And if possible, we take these two ANBU with us. He was still thinking through angles when a spike of danger crawled up his spine. In the next blink, the Konoha ANBU had already lunged. That chakra, dense, refined, sharp, made the Tsuna operative's scalp tighten. That quality was far beyond what he'd expected. How did he find me? The operative thought, heart pounding. And his strength. This isn't what I saw earlier. From his observation, the kid was strong. Jonin class, roughly equal, but his chakra reserves didn't look deep. A Jonin versus Jonin fight, with a surprise strike, he should have been able to take it. Even in a 2-on-1, especially since the second one was just Kakashi, he hadn't been afraid. In his eyes, Kakashi's war hero reputation was inflated. More credit to the fourth Hokage than to Kakashi himself. But now, before he could even move, he'd been locked, and Hikaru's presence was completely different from what he'd calculated. The blade came in like a line of lightning. The operative reacted on instinct, slamming out a substitution technique. He wasn't incompetent, otherwise he never would have been assigned this mission. Boom. The ground shuddered. Smoke burst outward. The Tsuna operative landed firmly on a treetop, breath tight in his chest, eyes flicking down to his shoulder. His clothing was torn open in a clean line. A faint red stain seeped through. He'd reacted fast enough, and he'd still been clipped. What kind of speed is that? He didn't get time to process it. Hikaru didn't give him a single breath of space. Another flicker. Another strike. So fast it felt like teleportation. The Tsuna operative gritted his teeth and forced chakra to explode outward. In the next instant, sand from the earth responded to his call, surging up, hardening under chakra reinforcement. But the blade still came. It sliced through sand that hadn't fully solidified yet, and continued on, tearing across the edge of his mask. A thin line of blood slid down with the motion of the blade. Chapter 23. The man known as Yashimaru with Sage Mode active, Hikaru's strength had fully crossed into elite Jonin territory. More than raw power, his sensory range, reaction speed, and physical fundamentals had all undergone a dramatic leap. He wasn't quite at the level of a Sudokage yet, but the distance no longer felt insurmountable. Reaching that level would still be extremely difficult for him at this stage, but Hikaru wasn't worried. After all, he had his cheat. The system drastically shortened the time needed to understand, digest, and stabilize power. What Hikaru needed now wasn't more growth, it was experience, honing his instincts until his combat awareness fully matched his strength. As much as he despised ANBU, he had to admit one thing: without years of relentless missions in that hell, he would never have reached this point. Facing the Sand Village ANBU before him, Hikaru was already pushing close to his current limit. Yet the man still made him raise an eyebrow. Fast reactions. Sharp technique usage. Definitely a Jonin. Hikaru's gaze lingered on the sand swirling around his opponent. And especially this. He recognized the jutsu, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was magnet release, gold dust. A rare bloodline limit. In Hikaru's memory, very few people could use it. The one who had brought it to its peak was the third Kazekage, later killed by Sasori. After him came the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and his wife Karura. Even Gaara's ability ultimately originated from Karura's. Oh, who was this man? And more importantly, why did he look so familiar? Beneath the cracked ANBU mask was a young blonde man, handsome features softened by a gentle, almost melancholy expression. The more Hikaru looked at him, the stronger the sense of déjà vu became. Then it clicked. Magnet release, Hikaru said calmly. You're Yashimaru from Tsunade's Special Pursuit Unit. Yashimaru didn't respond. Instead, he seized the moment Hikaru spoke and flicked several kunai into the air. They stopped mid-flight, then hovered. That confirmed it. This was Gaara's uncle. So you're choosing silence? Hikaru sighed lightly, almost regretfully. His voice was warm, as if speaking to an old acquaintance, yet the words that followed were anything but. Then take that silence with you to hell. In an instant, Hikaru vanished. It wasn't movement. It was closer to teleportation that he reappeared beside Yashimaru, blade thrusting toward his neck in a motion so fast it was nearly impossible to perceive, yet flawlessly smooth. Yashimaru couldn't keep up with the speed, but he didn't freeze either. His body swayed like a willow branch, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. At the same time, the floating kunai shot forward like lightning. Hikaru evaded with minimal motion. Steel clashed against steel, sparks bursting briefly into the air. Hikaru's brow twitched in sage mode. His perception was razor-sharp. Even the slightest irregularity couldn't escape him. His blade felt off. Interesting. He kept attacking as if unaware. Yashimaru was completely overwhelmed by Hikaru's speed, forced to rely on a single kunai to desperately block each strike. By now, Kakashi had arrived. Before coming over, he'd knocked out the two captured sand ninja to ensure they couldn't escape. Now he remained hidden, watching. Through his Sharingan, what he saw shocked him. Hikaru's chakra quality was terrifying, dense, refined, and powerful beyond normal standards. His speed was even more absurd. Even with the Sharingan, Kakashi knew he couldn't keep up. He's this strong? Why didn't I notice him back at the academy? Yet something puzzled him. Hikaru's chakra quantity was clearly limited. Age. Kakashi wondered. Back on the battlefield, the outcome was obvious. Yashimaru was losing. Then suddenly, Yashimaru used body flicker to retreat and formed a seal before Hikaru could close in. You've lost, Yashimaru said evenly. You're strong, but this is where it ends. Oh. Hikaru smiled. I'm curious where that confidence comes from. You'll see. Yashimaru's chakra surged. Hikaru's expression shifted. His blade betrayed him, twisting violently and stabbing toward his own abdomen. The kunai plunged in. Blood spilled. Yashimaru smiled faintly. From his perspective, the fight was over. Kakashi, however, saw the truth through his Sharingan. Hikaru had noticed everything. The figure that was stabbed was nothing more than a substitution and shadow clone. The real Hikaru had already vanished, waiting. I told you, Yashimaru said softly, lowering his hands. Please rest in peace. Thank you, a gentle voice whispered behind him. But aren't you saying that a little too early? Yashimaru's pupils shrank. He raised his kunai instinctively. Too late. A blade, silent and merciless, pierced straight through his chest. Chapter 24. A wind release seed appears. Blood spilled from Yashimaru's chest once again. If he hadn't reacted fast, if his evasive movement hadn't been clean and textbook, he would have died right there. But Hikaru had no intention of letting him off the hook. The moment Yashimaru slipped past the stab, Hikaru's follow-up was already there, his heel. Chakra surged through his leg. The kick landed squarely in Yashimaru's abdomen. Gah! Yashimaru couldn't hold it in. He spat a mouthful of blood and went flying, crashing hard into the tree behind him. Boom! The trunk couldn't withstand the impact. It snapped with a roar, folding down in a collapsing mess of wood and leaves. Yashimaru slumped against the broken base, struggled for half a breath, and his eyes rolled back. He dropped unconscious. Hikaru exhaled quietly. Under his mask, the faint red pigmentation around his eyes faded away. Sage mode released. His heightened perception confirmed it immediately. Yashimaru was truly out. No substitution. No last-second trick. And honestly, Hikaru preferred it that way. In real combat, taijutsu was the core. Ninjutsu was often support, unless you had a clean fight-ending technique. That was an ANBU lesson written in blood. Don't throw flashy jutsu unless you're certain it's worth the cost, especially not when your chakra pool was a joke. Captain, Kakashi said as he finally stepped out, landing lightly nearby. Are you all right? I'm fine. Hikaru gave a small smile. Relax. Truthfully, Hikaru had known Kakashi was watching from the sidelines the entire time. And he didn't mind. Sometimes not acting created more pressure than acting ever could. Back in his previous life there'd been a famous line, the most terrifying moment of a nuclear weapon wasn't after it launched, it was when it sat on the launch rack. A clenched fist did the same thing. The fear it created was often stronger than the punch itself. Kakashi's presence, silent and ready, weighed on Yashimaru far more than any rushed interference would've. Besides, Hikaru didn't need help. Yashimaru's little trick had been obvious once Hikaru saw the pattern. Every time those kunai clashed with Hikaru's blade, Yashimaru was feeding magnet-release chakra into the metal, trying to leave a trace, enough to seize control of the weapon and turn it into a killing blow. And he did succeed. He just didn't realize Hikaru had already read him like a book. Once the magnetic chakra on the blade reached a usable threshold, Hikaru quietly swapped in a shadow clone and a substitution. His real body slipped away, waited, and watched Yashimaru proudly activate his setup. Then Hikaru struck from behind, clean. Efficient. ANBU. Kakashi stared at the unconscious sand ninja. So this really is Yashimaru? The fourth Kazekage's wife's younger brother? If the intel is accurate. Hikaru nodded. And if it is, we just hooked a big fish. A big fish and a massive headache. Live captives were almost always more valuable than corpses. Intelligence extraction, bargaining leverage, political trade, the list went on. But ANBU had a nasty habit. They came with a built-in self-destruct. Hikaru had only just started grinding through sealing techniques. He didn't have the skill to lock down someone's chakra completely. Captain, Kakashi said after thinking for a while, hesitating slightly, what if we use a sedative? Keep him unconscious the whole way back, then we can deliver him to Konoha. You've got that kind of drug? Hikaru blinked, genuinely surprised. No. Kakashi shook his head. But, isn't that the sort of thing ANBU carries on missions? Hikaru let out a tired sigh. I don't know what you think ANBU is, but you're giving us too much credit. Yes, some ANBU relied on poisons and chemicals. Hikaru wasn't one of them. Most enemy ANBU he faced either died, or he disengaged before things got messy. Capturing one alive, intact, and useful, this was an exception. And if the man weren't Yashimaru, if he didn't carry the value of being Raza's in-law, Hikaru would have sent him to the Pure Land already. With another quiet sigh, Hikaru dropped into a seated position against a nearby tree, mind turning over options. And then, something shifted inside his head. A cold mechanical voice echoed through his consciousness. Special property plant detected. Analyzing. Hikaru froze. He knew that voice far too well. Over the years, whenever it spoke like that, it meant one thing. Either he'd stumbled across a seed type he'd never obtained before, or something higher grade than what he already had. His cheat was oddly considerate. It didn't keep pinging him for plants he'd already harvested unless they were upgrades. And Hikaru hadn't even been actively searching. A few seconds later, the voice returned. Analysis complete. Seed acquired, advanced earth release seed. Hikaru's eyebrows lifted. Wind release? That was new. Up until now he'd only pulled 2 elemental chakra seeds, earth and water. Everything else had been base physical seeds, chakra capacity seeds, and, by sheer luck, his sage-related seed, fire. Lightning. Wind. He'd never hit any of them, and now, here it was. A wind release chakra seed. The corner of Hikaru's mouth rose into a slow, genuine smile beneath the mask. Maybe today wasn't just a lucky capture, maybe it was a lucky day. Chapter 25, An Idealist in a Brutal World. After discovering the chakra seed, Hikaru naturally had no intention of letting such an opportunity slip away. Even if he didn't plan to plant it immediately, he could still store the seed for later use. Once his chakra reserves increased enough, or once he decided to stop cultivating a certain type of seed, he could always nurture it then. Hikaru's method of extracting seeds was actually very simple. He relied on the Senju secret art that came with his bloodline development. To be honest, even now he still hadn't figured out why his so-called Senju secret art was essentially a technique for extracting life force from trees. What's wrong, Captain? Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out. Have you come up with a solution? Not yet, Hikaru replied, snapping out of his thoughts and shaking his head. But for now, let's just bind him first. Especially his hands. If you want, you can break his fingers as well, then find something to stuff into his mouth. He can't be allowed to speak or bite off his own tongue. Binding the hands was to prevent him from forming hand seals. Breaking the fingers would completely eliminate any remaining chance. Stuffing his mouth served two purposes: preventing suicide and preventing techniques that could be activated orally. Some sealing techniques were engraved on teeth or the tongue. This man was ANBU, and ANBU always required extra caution. Kakashi didn't object. In fact, he felt slightly embarrassed. He genuinely didn't know how to handle this situation himself. This was the first time he truly realized just how important sealing techniques were. No wonder his captain, despite being so strong, still placed such importance on studying Fuinjutsu. And thinking about it carefully, his own teacher had been the same. Maybe I should start learning sealing techniques too, Kakashi thought. Even if he couldn't master them, being able to deal with special situations would already be invaluable. With his orders given, Hikaru no longer needed to do anything personally. Kakashi quickly dragged Yashimaru away, apparently intending to place him together with the two sand ninjas they had captured earlier. Once Kakashi left, Hikaru immediately stood up and turned his gaze back toward the tree he had leaned against earlier. It looked completely ordinary and no different from the trees he had previously extracted seeds from. That made Hikaru sigh quietly. To this day he still hadn't figured out what criteria his system used to determine what kind of seed could be extracted from a plant. He had even tried cultivating ordinary trees from seeds taken from previously harvested plants, only to find that actively absorbing life force from them yielded absolutely nothing. Well, whatever, he muttered to himself. As long as I get what I need. Hikaru began forming hand seals, and a strange chakra surged through his body. A faint blue chakra membrane gradually enveloped him, eerily similar to the scene when Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were revived, and Tobirama prepared to strike Sasuke. Reaching out with his right hand, Hikaru pressed his palm against the tree. In that instant, he could see its life force. A pale green energy, brimming with vitality. Something that instinctively drew people toward it. Under the guidance of Hikaru's blue chakra, that energy instantly became unstable, then surged wildly toward him as if it had found its rightful owner. Before his eyes, the tree rapidly withered. Its leaves turned yellow, then drifted to the ground one by one. In no time, every trace of life force within the tree had been completely drained. Though it still stood upright, it was unmistakably dead. The green energy gathered inside Hikaru's body, compressing again and again, until it finally condensed into a tiny point of light. When Hikaru raised his hand, a soft glow rotated in his palm. As the light fully stabilized, a pale green seed appeared. So this is a wind-release chakra seed. Feeling the faint breeze-like sensation emanating from it, Hikaru smiled. He then retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja pouch. This type of scroll could only be opened using the owner's chakra. With a single-handed seal, his chakra flowed into the scroll, and a puff of white smoke appeared. A slightly worn notebook emerged. This notebook contained everything Hikaru remembered about the Naruto world, along with his analyses. It was his most important possession. This seed was just as important. It represented his future. He placed the seed inside the notebook, then sealed it away once more and returned the scroll to his pouch. Only then did Hikaru finally relax and walk toward Kakashi. But when he arrived, the sight before him made him freeze. What exactly did you do? Hikaru stared at Kakashi and more precisely at the captured sand ninjas. Kakashi shouldn't have read Ika Paradise yet, right? Or perhaps Jiraiya hadn't even started writing those books yet. At this point, Jiraiya was still focused on writing inspirational biographies, trying to spread his wildly unrealistic ideals. His ideals, truthfully speaking, came from the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, naive, pure, and childish. Yet in a world driven by interests, despair, and endless conflict, they still shone like a faint glimmer of hope. Hikaru shook his head that he genuinely respected idealists, especially someone like Jiraiya, who not only believed but acted. Still, that guy is also a massive pervert, Hikaru thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have written those books. Then his gaze finally settled on Kakashi. And this one too, Hikaru added mentally. A textbook case of repressed perversion. At that moment, every single sand ninja was tightly bound, but the binding method was questionable. Each of their mouths was stuffed with a small iron ball. The balls were even tied with cloth strips and secured behind their heads. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Discovery, so it's finally over. Under the bright moonlight, standing in a secluded forest within Konoha's boundaries, Senju Hikaru stretched lazily. The mission had taken a full week from start to finish, but in truth most of that time had been spent traveling. The actual combat and execution phase had lasted only a few minutes, at most half an hour. That was the reality of most ninja missions. Unless it was a full-scale war, battles rarely dragged on for hours, let alone days. Prolonged fighting usually only happened on major fronts, where armies clashed non-stop. Hikaru had never truly experienced that kind of war. The brutality he faced in ANBU missions was no less severe, but it was a different kind of cruelty, quiet, surgical, hidden in the dark. There was no endless back-to-back fighting, no battlefield chaos stretching from dawn till dusk. And it's a good thing it didn't turn into that, he muttered, shaking his head. With my chakra reserves, he glanced at Kakashi, standing nearby, and smiled faintly. A few days earlier, at the border of the Land of Grass, they had captured several sand shinobi, including Yashimaru. The real challenge had been figuring out how to bring them back safely. After careful consideration, they decided to prioritize the most valuable target. Yashimaru, without question, was the key figure, far more important than the others. So Hikaru handed the remaining 2 sand ninja over to the border garrison, leaving their transport back to Konoha in the hands of the local commander. Meanwhile, he and Kakashi escorted Yashimaru personally without delay. They moved with extreme caution. They had already exposed themselves to the garrison troops. If even one spy was present, news of Yashimaru's capture could be leaked, bringing Sand's ANBU straight down on them. Facing an ANBU squad was something neither of them wanted. ANBU didn't fight fairly. They didn't negotiate. They didn't hesitate. Any method that eliminated the target was the right one. So they traveled fast, and relentlessly. Yashimaru suffered for it. He was never allowed to remain conscious for long. Any sign of waking was immediately met with a precise knockout from either Hikaru or Kakashi. With Hikaru's sensory abilities, feigning unconsciousness was impossible. They weren't giving him a single opening to activate a self-destruction technique. It was exhausting, but safe. After 2 or 3 days, they finally reached Konoha and handed Yashimaru over to the ANBU guarding the village's side gate. Only then did both of them truly relax. Their results shocked even their own ANBU division commander, who had been waiting after receiving advance notice. Yashimaru was infamous, an extremely dangerous opponent and a long-standing thorn in Konoha's side. The commander knew that better than anyone, yet somehow these 2 kids had brought him back alive. Unbelievable. By the way, Kakashi, Hikaru said after loosening up a bit. We've got 2 days off. Any plans? Not really, Kakashi replied calmly, shaking his head. Time off doesn't mean much to me. Hikaru glanced at him, then decided not to push the issue. Kakashi didn't like being idle. When he stopped moving, his thoughts spiraled. Only constant missions kept his mind from wandering into darker places. Not long ago, during a pursuit, Kakashi had hesitated at the critical moment, his Chidori freezing mid-thrust as he heard Rin's voice echoing in his ears. If Might Guy hadn't arrived in time, the consequences could have been disastrous. Thinking of Rin, Hikaru raised an eyebrow. I know what to do now. Time off is meant for adjustment, he said gently. Don't waste it. He looked up at the moon. It's late, but there's still time. Kakashi blinked. Captain, another mission? No, Hikaru replied, nodding softly. We're going to the Heroes' Memorial. I haven't seen some old friends, old classmates, in a long time. No flower shops open at this hour, but we're ANBU. The night suits us. The Heroes' Memorial. Kakashi repeated, then nodded. The night is ANBU's time. I understand. Removing his mask, he was Hatake Kakashi, Leaf Shinobi. Wearing it, he was Kakashi of the ANBU. He didn't like the codename. It was meaningless. The moment someone saw his Sharingan, his identity was obvious anyway. There was only one person in the world with a transplanted Sharingan like his. Before, he had always visited Rin and Obito as a Konoha ninja. This time he would go as ANBU. The difference seemed small, but the mindset was not. Hikaru's earlier words still echoed in his heart. With a destination in mind, the two set off, this time at a normal pace. Inside Konoha there was no danger, and after days of non-stop movement, both of them were exhausted. Then both frowned. Several chakra signatures were watching them. They were deep in a remote forest. Hardly anyone ever came here. Multiple chakra presences in a place like this was impossible to ignore, especially for two ANBU. Without a word, both men went on alert, hands drifting toward their weapons. But unlike Kakashi, who simply raised his guard, Hikaru's expression turned strange. The moment he activated his sensory perception fully, he realized something disturbing. The area was layered with ceiling formations, specifically designed to block sensory detection in all of Konoha. Only a handful of people were capable of setting up something like this. Don't tell me. Hikaru thought grimly. Did I just run into those people? Chapter 27, The Shadows Beneath Konoha. Hikaru already had a pretty good guess as to who these ninja were. They most likely belonged to the most infamous organization in Konoha. And unpleasant as it was to admit, their deterrence and combat strength were genuinely terrifying, especially within the village itself. Compared to ANBU, Root was far more despair-inducing in the role it played. On the surface, ANBU and Root seemed to overlap in function, but in reality they were fundamentally different. ANBU, at the very least, would verify whether one of their own had truly defected before taking action. Root did not. Root existed precisely to deal with those ANBU couldn't move against, or those for whom there was no conclusive evidence. Placed side by side, the difference became stark. ANBU was like a towering tree bathed in dim light. Root was buried deep beneath the soil, forever trapped in darkness. The most dangerous missions were theirs. The most unspeakable, disgraceful work was also theirs. The infamy ANBU sometimes carried, Root bore it in full. In many ways, the contrast mirrored the relationship between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzō. Shimura. One stood in the light as Hokage. The other lurked in shadow as the darkness of the ninja world. While Hikaru was reflecting on this, he noticed something else. The chakra fluctuations around them were growing more pronounced. The hidden observers had noticed the reactions of Hikaru and Kakashi and were beginning to respond. That realization made Hikaru shake his head slightly. Root really has taken heavy losses, and rebuilding them hasn't been smooth. He wasn't unfamiliar with Root. Once, after completing a mission, he and his squad had returned with enemy corpses, only to be intercepted the moment they entered the village. Even now, he remembered just how cold those Root operatives had been, calm, emotionless, lifeless like walking corpses. They had felt even more dead than Kakashi did now. And yet, in Hikaru's eyes, the Root ninja lurking here were sloppy, utterly unqualified. That at least gave him a bit of reassurance. Root had once tried to recruit him. The current Root was not yet the utterly unrestrained organization it would later become. Danzō still cared about appearances, still needed to accumulate political capital. Danzō's ambition to become Hokage was no secret. Every high-ranking figure in Konoha knew it, and Danzō was the type who acted on his ambitions. Why had Orochimaru's human experimentation scandal been exposed right during the Hokage selection? The implication was obvious. Danzō had used his authority to manipulate things behind the scenes. First, he leveraged public pressure to force Hiruzen to step down after the peace treaty with Iwagakure. Then he selectively leaked information about Orochimaru, sabotaging his candidacy, clearing the way for himself. What Danzō never expected was the catastrophic loss of Root forces in the Land of Rain. That disaster forced him to go all in on supporting Orochimaru. And what he really didn't expect was that his own interference would make it impossible for Hiruzen to appoint a scandal-tainted Orochimaru as Hokage. At the same time, Hiruzen, crushed by pressure over the treaty, intended to step back. But with Orochimaru eliminated as an option, Hiruzen had no intention of relinquishing power. In the end, Danzō was betrayed once more. Orochimaru was rejected. A junior, Minato Namikaze, rose to prominence. Danzō lost everything. As Hikaru was mentally reviewing Danzō's long history of self-inflicted disasters, several figures clad in ANBU-style gear silently emerged, fully armed, weapons in hand, chakra surging. Both Hikaru and Kakashi froze for a moment. Hikaru hadn't expected them to reveal themselves. This formation was openly hostile. Kakashi, meanwhile, drew his blade without hesitation. He didn't understand why fellow ANBU would take such a stance, but when facing potential enemies, he never held back. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" A sharp voice rang out. A figure emerged from the ground nearby, stepping out from a concealed underground passage. Only now did Hikaru realize something alarming. "There's an entrance here." His brows knit tightly. He was certain he had already scanned the surroundings the moment those chakra signatures appeared. Back then he had sensed only ceiling arrays and the rough positions of the root ninja. He hadn't detected this entrance at all. What terrifying sealing techniques! These weren't ordinary concealment measures. They were designed to hide critical secrets. Then this underground facility. "I apologize for the misunderstanding," the man said calmly as the hostile root operatives melted back into the shadows. "You're ANBU, correct?" He stepped forward and addressed them directly. "I'm the captain of ANBU 1st Division, 5th Squad," Hikaru replied evenly, maintaining his guard. "You can call me Nightingale. This is my subordinate, Kakashi. We just returned from a mission and were heading back to the village when we were suddenly locked onto." "Which division are you from?" "Nightingale, Kakashi." The man ignored the question, studying the two of them carefully. He knew both code names. Nightingale was a promising talent. One root had tried to recruit before, only to be rejected, and Kakashi, that code name had once belonged to Hatake Sakumo. If this boy carried it now, then there was no doubt. As his gaze lingered, the man confirmed it. That white hair, that eye. There was no mistaking Kakashi Hatake. With a quiet sigh, the man felt a surge of irritation toward the newly recruited root operatives. Idiots. Do you intercept every ninja who passes by? With so many sealing arrays here, how could they expose themselves so carelessly? If it were an ordinary ninja, fine, but these two, especially Kakashi, the direct disciple of the 4th Hokage, they were absolutely not targets Root could casually deal with. Chapter 28, Aburame Ryoma and the Listener in the Dark. Our identities are special. Captain Nightingale, you should be able to guess who we are. We've crossed paths before. Since they couldn't dispose of them, they could only handle this properly. The man spoke in the calmest tone possible. He'd already decided what to do next. We've crossed paths before. Hikaru already knew exactly who they were, but he cooperated anyway. He frowned as if thinking hard, then widened his eyes in sudden realization. So it's you people. Then you understand, the man nodded. I apologize for what happened tonight. Due to special circumstances, an unnecessary misunderstanding occurred. I will punish them when I return. However, I understand, sir, Hikaru cut in smoothly before the man could finish. I'll forget this incident. I'll forget this place. I won't write it into any report. At most, if the Hokage asks directly, I'll answer truthfully. Hikaru was very on the ball that he knew what should be said, what shouldn't, and more importantly, to whom did I in truth, he wanted to say he'd only report to the 3rd Hokage. But he hadn't forgotten who was standing beside him, so he used the vague, neutral term, the Hokage. At the same time, his eyes flicked briefly toward Kakashi. The man immediately understood and nodded in earnest. That was it. Hikaru knew the matter was settled. He was furious about running into these people, but he also understood perfectly that he had no power to resist them. Fortunately, for the moment, they didn't have the bandwidth to care about him. Or rather, they had no interest in a fallen Senju branch Tio Danzō, or the 3rd Hokage, both inheritors of the 2nd Hokage's governing philosophy. The primary target would always be the problematic Uchiha, and even if they wanted to move against the Senju, they'd never do it openly. This was still the clan of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, the founding bloodline of Konoha. No one dared go too far, and if they acted at all, they'd do it through the 2nd Hokage's policies, letting the Senju become the model example, making it look as if the clan declined naturally. Once things were done, Hikaru grabbed Kakashi and pulled him away from the area at once. Only after they'd put real distance between themselves and that sealed forest did Kakashi finally speak. Who were those people? Until now, Kakashi had never interacted with them, and even no such people existed, and tonight they'd nearly attacked them. How could he not be curious? They. Hikaru glanced behind them, then looked back at Kakashi. Don't pry. If you can, forget what happened today. We follow ANBU secrecy rules. I see. Kakashi frowned, then fell silent. The answer frustrated him. They'd almost fought to the death, and he still didn't even know who the enemy was. But Hikaru's response was technically flawless. That was ANBU. Kakashi was just about to give up on asking when Hikaru subtly flashed a hand sign, being listened to. Kakashi caught it instantly. His gaze sharpened at their monitoring even ANBU. Hikaru didn't know what Kakashi was thinking. His attention was elsewhere, hidden, controlled. A tiny insect kept circling in the moonlit air beside them. Hikaru had been extremely careful, especially when dealing with Root. From the moment they left, he kept sweeping the surroundings with sensory perception, and he quickly detected something nasty: small insects with faint chakra signatures. Aburame clan. He could now identify the tracker's family, and in his memory Root had always been interested in Aburame operatives. In the future, when Danzō began forcibly demanding heirs from major clans, one of his first targets would be the Aburame. If Aburame Toryun hadn't volunteered to replace Shino and enter Root, then many of Team 8's future would never have happened. Shino wouldn't have remained in the sunlight, and that kind of rule-breaking move had only been possible because Hiruzen tacitly allowed it. Was the sort of decision that turned Konoha's clans cold. By the time the Chunin exams crisis came, no one rushed to save the third Hokage. But who is it right now? Hikaru kept walking as if he'd noticed nothing, thinking quickly. Then a memory clicked into place. When Danzō approached Yakushi Nono, he brought two people. One was Orochimaru, and the other, Aburame Ryoma. Hikaru narrowed his eyes. If there was no surprise, it was him. Someone who could stand beside Orochimaru as Danzō's escort was not a small-time figure. Earlier, Hikaru had already sensed how terrifying that chakra was, both quantity and quality, beyond the level of a typical jonin, and the insects inside his body, just sensing them made Hikaru's scalp crawl, dense. Countless. Faintly chakra-laced. No wonder the Hyuga didn't like being near Aburame. One careless Byakugan glance could become an epic-grade nightmare. Hikaru didn't know whether those bugs were venomous, but given Root's habits, even if they weren't born poisonous, they'd absolutely be bred into something that was. He wouldn't gamble. Not even once. One bite could become an accidental death. And Hikaru refused to die like that. So that underground room, it's probably Root's lab. Or worse, a joint lab shared by Root and Orochimaru. It was sealed to this extent, hidden so thoroughly, guarded by someone like Aburame Ryoma. Whatever was inside was extremely important. It could even be something that required maximum protection, like Danzō himself. Hikaru didn't know which, but he knew one thing for sure: he didn't want to touch it. The good news was that once they left the forest, the insects stopped following. Clearly, their performance had reassured Aburame Ryoma, for now. Chapter 29, Failure is the Main Theme. Part 1, What Happened? Inside the underground laboratory beneath Konoha's dense forest, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a black robe and leaning on a cane. His right eye was wrapped in bandages. Coldness clung to him like a second skin. Even without anger, his presence alone carried intimidation. It was Shimura Danzō. Danzō-sama. Aburame Ryoma dropped to one knee immediately, head lowered. Two ANBU passed by. Our people overreacted and drew their attention. ANBU? Danzō frowned. Returning that late. Did you identify them? Yes, Danzō-sama. Ryoma nodded respectfully. Senju Hikaru and Hatake Kakashi. They just returned from the border and captured Tsunade's ANBU, Yashimaru. If Kakashi heard that, he would have been shocked. How much time had even passed? And this man already knew who they were, what mission they ran, and even what they accomplished. But if Hikaru were here, he wouldn't be surprised at all. Danzō's partnership with Orochimaru, his hope of pushing Orochimaru into the Hokage seat, had another purpose: to rebuild Root, which had been nearly destroyed by Nagato. And to do that, Danzō needed to step closer to the surface again. He couldn't remain forever buried underground, which meant his target was ANBU. If he couldn't become ANBU commander in name, then he would become ANBU's true controller in practice. So his infiltration into ANBU ran deep, and his grasp on their intel was far from weak. Hikaru's mission might have been classified to most. To Danzō, it was just another file he could flip through at will. Senju Hikaru. Hatake Kakashi. Danzō repeated. For a moment he fell silent. He knew these two, of course, and because he knew them, that silence carried weight. They were mildly troublesome. It's those two. But to Danzō, trouble was only a matter of scale. After a pause, he continued in a slow tone. They're both talented. How did they behave afterward? Senju Hikaru is sharp. He recognized us and he knows what should be said and what shouldn't. Ryoma spoke quietly. But because Hatake Kakashi is involved, he stated that this matter would be reported to the Hokage Danzo-sama. Enough. I understand. Danzo nodded, voice flat. Reporting to the Hokage is procedure. It's nothing. He paused. Did you track them afterward? Yes, Danzo-sama. Ryoma nodded. Hatake Kakashi tried to ask. Senju Hikaru didn't say a single word. Danzo considered that sufficient, that Hikaru had self-awareness.as for reporting to the Hokage. Danzo didn't care. He could tell Hikaru's wording didn't specify which Hokage.it could mean the current fourth, Minato. Or it could mean the real lever behind ANBU, the third Hokage. Either way, it didn't matter. What Danzo did, Hiruzen knew, and in many cases, tolerated. And as for Minato, what right did that young Hokage have to investigate him? This ends here, Danzo said coolly. But keep them observed afterward. And tonight, discipline those who deserve it. Their performance was unacceptable. I understand, Danzo-sama. Ryoma answered firmly. I'll make sure they learn what a root shinobi is supposed to be. After leaving the forest behind, Hikaru and Kakashi walked in silence until they arrived at the heroes' cemetery. Perhaps because it was deep night, the cemetery was eerily quiet. Only the wind moving through branches made any sound at all. With Kakashi leading, they soon reached a corner where two graves stood side by side. One for No-era Rin, the other for Uchihara Bido. This wasn't Hikaru's first time here. To maintain his but war ANBU work and his thin attachment to most classmates meant his visits were few and far between. And for Rin and Obito specifically, this was his first time paying respects. They stood quietly before the stones, and for a while it felt like neither of them wanted to speak. Kakashi was buried in his emotions. Hikaru's eyes stayed fixed on the graves, but he knew Rin's grave likely still held remains. But Obito's was absolutely empty, because that man was still alive somewhere out there. Hikaru sighed softly and glanced at Kakashi. Even behind the mask it was obvious, Kakashi's heart was anything but calm. Then Hikaru remembered the question Kakashi had asked earlier, about killing a teammate. His answer back then had been complete, but not perfect. Now the question was how to bring it up again without forcing it. Should he just tell Kakashi directly, "You did well. You did the right thing"? Kakashi was trapped in a spiral. A blunt approach might work, but Hikaru knew it was a gamble. If it failed, everything he'd built with Kakashi could collapse. Best case? Back to zero. Worst case? Into the negatives. Captain. Kakashi spoke first. Hikaru looked at him. You really think I'm worth envying? Huh. Hikaru's tone carried genuine confusion. The question landed strangely. Sorry, Captain. Maybe I still can't fully understand what you mean. Even if. Kakashi's voice faltered. He opened his mouth but couldn't finish. After a long pause, he exhaled. Captain, am I really that much of a failure? I killed the person most important to me with my own hands. Even if you comfort me and say it wasn't my fault, even if you say I wasn't wrong, I still feel like a complete failure. I let everyone down. I betrayed Obito's trust. Enough, Kakashi. This time, Hikaru didn't let him finish. Kakashi was struggling too hard, clawing at the same wound, unable to accept what happened, unable to face it cleanly. He could wear coldness on the surface like armor, but the despair underneath was real, and that despair couldn't be faked. But it also meant Kakashi hadn't become something terrifyingly numb yet. More importantly, it meant Kakashi was starting to trust him. Hikaru placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and spoke with quiet weight. Do you know something, Kakashi? In life, success is always temporary. Because failure is the main theme. Chapter 30, Failure is the Main Theme, Part 2. Hikaru's words made Kakashi freeze in place. He had never once considered life from that angle. Failure is the main theme of life. Was it really okay to say something like that? Yet no matter how much Kakashi tried to refute it, the moment he seriously thought about it, he realized something unsettling. Success truly was fleeting. Even if a single moment of success cast a glow bright enough to last a lifetime, how many failures were buried beneath that radiance? Only the person who lived it would ever know. Take Kakashi himself, for example. Everyone called him a genius. A prodigy who created a devastating lightning release technique Raikiri at such a young age, but only Kakashi knew how many times he had failed during its development, and even after its completion, it was still flawed, missing one crucial element, the Sharingan. Raikiri was only truly perfected after Obito's death. That realization alone was a crushing blow, and as a squad leader, it was one of Kakashi's greatest failures. Failure is the main theme of life. Kakashi murmured softly, then fell silent. Yes, Hikaru sighed lightly, then smiled again, gentle, unforced. Failure is the main theme of life. But Kakashi, how a person faces failure, is what truly separates people. Kakashi didn't answer, but his gaze shifted slightly toward Hikaru that he felt like he understood, and yet didn't. Still, Hikaru pressed on. He knew this moment mattered. He couldn't afford to miss his mark. Failure is a test, Hikaru said calmly. Some people are crushed by it. They fall once and never stand again. Those people we call failures. But others keep getting back up. No matter how many times they fail, they reflect, learn, and move forward again. These people are the ones we call successful. And more often than not, their eventual success shines so brightly that it completely hides every failure that came before it. He paused, eyes lingering on Kakashi before continuing. Whether it's us or anyone else, we all move forward while wavering between success and failure. The difference lies in the choice we make. Kakashi, past failure does not mean future failure. But drowning in past failure, unable to move forward, that's what truly betrays the people who made your success possible. I don't think maturity is about chasing perfection or avoiding failure. It's about facing your imperfections head-on. That's what life really is. Something inside Kakashi stirred. He understood Hikaru's meaning, and he knew he was being comforted, but this kind of comfort was different. No blame. No absolution. No judgment, just a reframing of life itself, and strangely enough, that made it easier to accept. Kakashi took a deep breath and looked at Hikaru. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words refused to come. In the end, he simply lowered his head again and stared at the two gravestones. But his eyes had changed, the guilt, the self-loathing, the quiet death wish buried deep inside him. They were slowly loosening their grip. In their place was confusion, reflection, and thought. Hikaru knew this was enough. He put his mask back on and turned to leave, but as he walked away, he spoke once more. There's a saying I really like. There is only one kind of true heroism in this world, to see the truth of life clearly and still choose to love it. I'll give that to you too, Kakashi. What happened to Rin and Obito was tragic. But people can't live forever trapped in past failures. If you truly don't want to betray what they gave their lives for, if you truly want to make up for your failures, then live on with their will. It's painful. It's hard. But when we eventually reach the Pure Land and meet them again, you'll be able to smile and say, I didn't betray you. And one more thing. Hikaru's voice dropped so low it was almost swallowed by the night. The matter with those people, you can ask the fourth Hokage. With that, he disappeared completely into the darkness. Moonlight bathed the cemetery, wind brushed through the trees. Kakashi remained standing there alone. He stared at the two gravestones, Hikaru's words echoing endlessly in his mind. He never thought of himself as a hero, never once, but maybe, even if he wasn't a hero, he still needed to love his life. To live on for those who gave their lives for him. To carry their will forward. To one day stand before them in the Pure Land and say with pride, I didn't lose. Slowly, clarity returned to Kakashi's eyes. As he looked at the graves, he felt as though he saw them. A boy in a blue and black jacket, goggles perched on his forehead, giving him a thumbs up. A girl with short brown hair and purple markings on her cheeks, smiling gently at him. Obito. Rin. Kakashi whispered their names. His gaze grew firm. Clear. I won't betray your sacrifice. I will carry your will and live on, no matter how painful it is. Their will meant protecting Konoha, protecting home, protecting the people they cherished. Obito gave his life for that, Rin gave her life for that, and Kakashi, who still lived, would give everything he had for it. I won't let what I treasure be destroyed again. Do your best, idiot. Do your best, Kakashi. In his heart, it felt like they whispered those words to him. In his steady gaze, the two figures rose into the sky, smiling as they faded into the starlit night. Chapter 31. An unexpected reunion with Uchiha Saya early the next morning. Hikaru got up right on time. Once his body clock had fully settled, he almost never tried to change it. Even with only a few hours of rest, it was enough for him that he still believed ANBU wasn't a place meant for normal people, but he had to admit the years there had given him something valuable. For example, in his previous life he'd suffered from insomnia to some degree. But after joining ANBU, he developed a strange ability that if he wanted to, he could drop into deep sleep on command. With that kind of sleep, and chakra helping his recovery, he needed very little rest to fully reset. A rare holiday starting again. Stretching lazily, Hikaru headed outside. But as he passed the elder's wooden cabin, he discreetly slipped a scroll inside before continuing on. As Senju working in ANBU, he knew exactly what he was. No need to sugarcoat it. He was a spy. A clan spy, spying on the village for his own family. That meant every mission he ran, every move ANBU made, he had to report it to the elder. Hikaru hated the feeling, but he also knew he had to do it. On a personal level, even if he didn't feel a strong sense of belonging to the Senju, he had to admit the clan had sheltered him after he arrived in this world. They'd provided the foundation of his ninja training. They'd opened access to techniques and resources later on. And yes, he understood perfectly that support came because he showed talent. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have received any of it. Still, what he received, he received. He wasn't going to argue in circles about it as long as it stayed within his ability and didn't put his own safety at risk. Trying to repay that debt was only natural. Besides, if he wanted to complete his mission, integrating the Senju was unavoidable anyway. Sometimes he wondered which would have been better, being reborn as an Uchiha, or as a Senju. After thinking it through, he always came to the same conclusion: there was no good answer. Both clans had glaring strengths and equally glaring weaknesses. The Senju's advantage was internal stability, but their influence had withered to almost nothing, and their overall strength had declined brutally. The Uchiha's advantage was the opposite. They still had power, resources, and presence, but internally they were split, externally they were isolated, and they were constantly being watched by Konoha's giants. Put bluntly, the Uchiha wouldn't survive another 7 or 8 years. Not if things played out like the original timeline. And the Senju? After another 7 or 8 years, they'd be erased from Konoha's influence entirely, until everyone forgot them, eventually, until even the Senju forgot who they were. In the end, neither clan gets a good ending. Hikaru shook his head, his gaze drifting toward the 4 giant faces carved into the mountain. 2 founding clans of Konoha. 1 crushed by force. 1 erased by policy. Both tossed into history's trash heap. If you insisted they still continued, sure, Tsunade existed and Sasuke existed, but if you looked at it that way, the Uchiha profited more. Their survivor became a savior. Still, none of that matters to me. Because no matter which ending happens, I don't get a future if I'm caught in it. He sighed and headed toward a training ground. Konoha had plenty, built specifically for ninja use. Hikaru had no interest in wandering into abandoned forest training sites. First, they were too far. Second, what happened last night was still fresh in his mind. Root was unstable right now. The new recruits were sloppy. And Hikaru had no desire to invite trouble. Even if he could guess those idiots had probably paid a steep price afterward, he wasn't going to test that lesson again. Besides, what I'm training isn't that big a deal. Maybe I can even find someone to help. That thought carried him into the training field. Konoha ninja really were diligent. Despite it being only around 6 or 7 in the morning, there were already people there. Unfortunately for Hikaru, there weren't many. Too few people meant too few good sparring candidates. He scanned the area, letting his sensory awareness brush over the chakra signatures around him. Nothing stood out. Judging someone by chakra alone wasn't perfect. Hikaru himself was proof of that, with only Chunin-level reserves. But Jonin-level lethality. Still, chakra was a solid indicator of someone's base. Strong chakra rarely came with a weak fighter. But here? Most were Chunin level at best, some were clearly genin, and their training habits made it obvious their real combat readiness wasn't anything special either. After years of constant real combat, Hikaru's instincts for an opponent's foundation were sharp, almost automatic. He sighed. Came too early, careless. He started walking deeper into the training grounds, looking for a quiet corner to work alone. Then he spotted a figure that felt strangely familiar. Long black hair, tied up into a high ponytail for training. A tight black combat suit. and on the back of the outfit, an emblem in red and white, shaped almost like a ping-pong paddle, Uchiha. Hikaru froze for a beat, and when the person flicked a kunai, letting a trace of chakra leak out without realizing, it clicked. If he wasn't mistaken, that was likely his old desk partner from school. Her name was Uchiha Saya. Chapter 32. The secret isn't passed to daughters. Hikaru still remembered his former desk partner, not because they were close but because her name always sparked odd associations in his head. Uchiha Saya. If you split the name apart, it sounded interesting. He'd even wondered once whether she had an older brother. They'd been seatmates, but he honestly didn't know her that deeply. In his memory, she'd been a good person, but Hikaru had the mind of an adult. He'd never been particularly interested in getting close to kids, especially not an Uchiha. He knew and Saya herself never appeared in any future, he remembered. That usually meant only two possibilities: she died in war, or she died in the massacre. Back then, young Hikaru's mind had been filled with one thing: how to survive the war. He wasn't going to walk too close to a clan doomed to explode. Didn't think I'd ever run into her again. Looks like the war didn't leave much of a mark on her. He was about to turn and leave. The training grounds were already occupied, and he wasn't the type to fight someone for space. But before he could go, Uchiha Saya noticed him and turned around. This training field is big. If you want to use it too, that's fine. Her voice was gentle, just like it had been years ago when he first entered the academy. Only now it sounded a little more mature. Hikaru paused. Leaving immediately didn't really gain him anything, and compared to complete strangers, Saya was at least someone he recognized. Then I'll take you up on that. He smiled and gave a small nod. Saya didn't respond right away. She studied him instead, curiosity growing, as if something about him felt familiar. After a moment, her eyes widened slightly. Are you Hikaru? Senju Hikaru? Yes. Hikaru blinked, then smiled. It's been a long time, Saya. He was genuinely surprised she could identify him. Back in school, he'd kept a very low profile. The only reason he could recognize her so easily was because he'd awakened his cheat early, which boosted his senses. As seatmates, he'd memorized the feel of her chakra, and honestly, Uchiha features were hard to forget. He'd always thought heaven played favorites with that clan. In the Uchiha, it was harder to find someone unattractive than it was to find someone good-looking. If you were handsome or beautiful, it wasn't special. If you were plain, or worse, odd-looking, that was what people remembered. So it really is you. Saya's smile was warm enough to feel like spring sunlight. It's been almost 6 years. I've only heard about you through others. You're a minor ninja. Hikaru answered before she could finish, tone easy. Just taking missions non-stop. He knew what she was about to ask, and he had no interest in giving the real answer. His ANBU identity was classified. He wasn't Kakashi, and he didn't want his name tied to that mask in anyone's mouth. I see. Saya nodded lightly, still smiling. Still, the war is over, isn't it? Yeah. Hikaru nodded too, letting a trace of survivor's relief color his expression. It's over. For a ninja, acting was survival. For ANBU, acting was a weapon. Hikaru's performance was smooth, like a man reflecting on horrors he'd barely escaped, even though he'd never fought on the front lines. Then he cut the topic cleanly. Enough about that. How have you been these past few years? Saya tucked a strand of hair back, speaking softly. About the same. After graduation, I went to the land of whirlpools. Hikaru's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't interrupt. My luck was good. I stayed near the clan head most of the time, so nothing happened to me. I came back last year after the war with Kirigakure ended. I've been on standby since. Now I'm trying to transfer to the medical department, but the approval hasn't come through yet. That checked out. When the Mist declared war, the Uchiha, Masters of Fire Release, were sent as a major counterforce to that region. The Hyuga went too because the Mist loved fog tactics and had techniques like hidden mist that erased visibility, exactly where Byakugan shined. Even if the Hyuga and Uchiha disliked each other over who's Konoha's top clan, and which dojutsu is superior, they still had to cooperate. And Saya's placement said something. If she'd gone there and stayed near the clan head, she likely had real talent. The less talented weren't assigned to cushioned positions. They got tossed into harder theaters, like the Land of Grass against a Wagakure, or other brutal fronts where an Uchiha couldn't count on much protection. Good choice. Hikaru smiled. Medical is a solid path. Work hard, I'm sure you'll get in. Who knows, maybe one day I'll be the one asking you for help. Thank you. Saya's smile stayed sincere and bright. I will. She really did match the pattern Hikaru remembered about Uchiha women. They rarely appeared, but when they did, they tended to share the same traits: gentle, composed, and beautiful. Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Izumi, even Uchiha Chiori from long ago, who'd crushed an internal uprising, was said to have carried that same calm softness, which always made Hikaru wonder, why were so many Uchiha men basically walking emotional disasters? While the women were almost unbelievably gentle, was the clan's special brand of madness something that only got passed from father to son? Chapter 33, a report that changes everything. Whether the Uchiha clan's madness was passed from father to son and not to daughters, Hikaru couldn't say. But he could say one thing with confidence: if Uchiha Saya really wanted to enter the medical department, it was going to be extremely difficult. The medical department sat firmly inside Hiruzen Sarutobi's core power sphere, and its importance was hard to overstate. Back then, Hiruzen had been one of the main people who resisted building a formal medical nin system in the first place, but he'd always been brutally practical. Once the department, under Tsunade's guidance, proved its value beyond doubt, boosting morale and saving huge numbers of lives, Hiruzen moved fast. He pulled the medical department tightly under his control, pushed funding through finance channels, and elevated medical nin from an overlooked craft into one of the most influential branches in Konoha. In barely a decade or two, it went from a neglected little workshop to one of the village's biggest and most powerful institutions. No shinobi truly laughed at death. With medical support at their backs, more people were willing to fight, and Hiruzen's support base surged with it. Other villages followed suit, scrambling to build their own versions, which meant the logic was simple: a department like that created political loyalty, and Hiruzen would never allow anyone he didn't trust to touch it, much less pollute it. The Uchiha were not people he trusted. So how could Saya possibly get in? Of course, Hikaru wasn't going to tell her any of that. A quiet girl with her own plan was a good thing. He had no reason to crush it. After a short warm-up, Hikaru started training. Nothing flashy, mostly fundamentals. Even with a cheat that gave him extraordinary control over his power, he never stopped drilling basics. Having strength and even mastering it didn't mean he was using it at maximum efficiency. His real focus, year after year, was always the same: how to kill an enemy cleanly without burning through chakra, the after-effects from his child. So he compensated by refining everything else. On the side, Saya watched quietly. It was her first time seeing Hikaru train. Back in the academy, she'd been in the strong student tier. Hikaru had been a little below her, still capable but not outstanding. Then he vanished from her life. What she knew after that came from classmates and rumor. Now, seeing him again, she could tell he'd become much stronger. But he was only doing basic drills. Saya frowned slightly. Is it because he doesn't have enough jutsu resources? In her memory, Hikaru was a civilian-born shinobi. That would explain it. And before she realized it, she was already considering whether she should help him, quietly, in a way that could lift him out of that limitation. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi knelt on one knee, while Minato Namikaze carefully read a scroll in his hands. This one was a full mission record: the identification of the attackers, the sequence of events, and the capture of Yoshimaru. To be honest, Minato hadn't expected the mission to yield something this big. He understood the cruel reality. Even if they proved it was Tsunade, Konoha still couldn't just start something. Konoha was too weak. Any major military response risked bleeding the village further. At best, there could be discreet retaliation later. Being Hokage meant thinking in layers: politics, economy, morale, internal stability. And he was dealing with all of it for the first time. It was harder than he'd imagined. But the capture of Yoshimaru was a strong card if handled well. Konoha could extract real value. Still, Hiruzen's side of the equation gave Minato a headache. The third Hokage wanted peace so badly that even small clashes felt unacceptable to him. Minato could understand that, but he couldn't fully agree, because even if it protected Konoha strategically, it also wounded morale. I'll need to think carefully, Minato told himself. How do I get the third Hokage's support without breaking the village? His administrative life wasn't going smoothly. He wore the title of Hokage, but discovered that many levers still didn't truly move under his hand. He forced himself to stay patient. He shouldn't let his mind go to dangerous places. After all, his appointment had been pushed through by Hiruzen himself. Finally, Minato looked up and smiled. Well done, Kakashi. Your coordination with Hikaru was excellent. Congratulations, you completed an outstanding mission. Then he lowered his gaze again, because Kakashi had submitted not one scroll, but two. After last time, Kakashi had decided that written reports were the safest way to pass information to his teacher. Minato understood the intent, he didn't show it on his face, but the ANBU presence still lingering in the office made him sigh inwardly. He pushed the distraction away and opened the second scroll. And as he read, Minato's expression changed again. Chapter 34. The captain summons an extremely well-hidden underground facility. A group that acted strangely, bold enough to obstruct ANBU, even seeming ready to attack, yet dangerous enough that a veteran like Hikaru treated them with real caution. And even reporting it required extra care. Minato Namikaze read those lines. His expression shifted. He already knew who it had to be. In Konoha, there weren't many groups arrogant enough to behave like that, but there was one organization with roots deep enough to get away with it. An organization with no bottom line and no hesitation. A force that was both the darkest part of Konoha, and, in a twisted way, one of its necessary parts. Root. Konoha's root, blacker than ANBU. Bloodier than ANBU, the roots that made the entire village uneasy. Only they would dare to block ANBU so openly, and even look like they might strike. But this feels unprofessional. Wait! Minato suddenly recalled something, a certain root secret operation that had been so classified even he, as Hokage, hadn't been able to learn the details, and after that operation, it seemed only Danzō returned. Soon afterward, Root began aggressively recruiting new members. Had that incident caused catastrophic losses, forcing Root into reconstruction? If so, it would explain the clumsy behavior. Root wouldn't normally lock onto targets with chakra so blatantly, nor would they casually risk friction with ANBU. But even after he pieced it together, Minato's face didn't relax. It darkened. Because that kind of overreaction meant one thing: whatever was in that underground facility was important enough to trigger inexperienced Root operatives into near panic. So what was hidden down there? Human experimentation. Minato's mind jumped to a rumor that had circulated before he became Hokage, whispers about Orochimaru. And in a casual conversation with Narashikaku, Minato had heard something else. When the Fire Daimyo's court was selecting the Hokage, Danzō had supported Orochimaru completely. That support had been suppressed by the third Hokage, with a stated reason that Orochimaru had grown an unacceptable ambition. Was that ambition the experiments? Did the third Hokage know? And worse, was Root still working with Orochimaru on it now? Minato's interest in that underground facility sharpened into something colder. I have to find out, he decided silently. Even if it's troublesome, this must be clarified. Then he set that thought aside and looked up from the scroll. Putting that aside, Hikaru really surprised me. Minato's eyes went to Kakashi, still kneeling in front of him. When Kakashi had arrived today, Minato had already sensed it. Kakashi's overall presence, his state of mind, had changed noticeably. At first, Minato hadn't understood why. But after reading the latter part of the report, especially the part where Kakashi and Hikaru went to the heroes' cemetery, Minato finally did. Failure is the main melody of life. It sounds extremely pessimistic at first. Minato shook his head slightly. But once you see what he meant, the core of it is surprisingly hopeful. Hikaru hadn't been dragging Kakashi into despair, he'd been guiding him out of it, by reframing the entire way Kakashi looked at success, failure, and what it meant to keep living. Minato couldn't deny it. Those words were wise, and the boy behind them was sharp and gentle. And he wants to study sealing techniques. Minato's thoughts turned. He was already forming an idea. Perhaps he should meet this young ANBU, out of gratitude or for other reasons. Minato lifted his gaze and spoke to Kakashi. It seems I should properly thank Hikaru as well. Don't you agree, Kakashi? Hokage-sama. Kakashi lowered his head even further. All right. You can go, Minato said with a casual wave. Today is your rest day. Go rest properly. After your break ends, bring Hikaru to see me. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded firmly, Minato wanting to meet Hikaru didn't surprise Kakashi. Hikaru knew too much and Minato clearly wanted to understand more, and Kakashi could also tell Minato had no intention of letting certain matters leak out. Otherwise he wouldn't phrase it as thanking Hikaru. It was a pretext. Kakashi stood, turned, and left the Hokage's office. For him, today's report was complete. What came next wasn't his concern. But one thing was, I should tell the captain. So Kakashi headed straight toward Hikaru's residence. As his captain, Hikaru was someone Kakashi had started to observe more carefully. Interestingly, Might Guy and the others seemed fairly familiar with Hikaru. They knew his temperament, his habits, even where he lived. They just didn't know what he did, which only reinforced Kakashi's growing impression. That warmth Hikaru carried wasn't an act. It followed him everywhere. And yet Kakashi still couldn't help wondering, why would someone like that choose ANBU? From Kakashi's perspective, ANBU wasn't a place that suited him at all. He'd only been in ANBU a short time, but he already understood enough of what it really was. While thinking all this, Kakashi arrived, only to find Hikaru wasn't home. A neighbor told him Hikaru had gone out early. Likely to a nearby training ground, Kakashi didn't hesitate, he went straight there. Captain really is disciplined, Kakashi thought. Even on break, he still trains. That kind of consistency deserved respect, and now Kakashi understood something else. Why average Academy Hikaru had become terrifyingly strong. Kakashi had seen Hikaru's speed firsthand, and he knew the uncomfortable truth. If Hikaru fought seriously, Kakashi might lose, even with the Sharingan. Seeing movement wasn't the same as keeping up with it. Not long after Kakashi reached the training ground, he quickly found Hikaru near the far inside. Without overthinking it, perhaps because he'd begun to trust him, Kakashi walked up and called out, "Captain!" Chapter 35, Too Eager, Captain. The moment Hikaru heard that voice, he instinctively put on a gentle smile and turned around to greet him. He already recognized who it was, even if he hadn't. Politeness like that had long since become habit. But the instant he turned, his body stiffened slightly, because he suddenly remembered something very important. He was on leave. So why was Kakashi calling him captain? Hikaru was momentarily blank. And Uchiha Saya, who had been watching him train the whole time, looked equally confused. She recognized the newcomer immediately. That was Hatake Kakashi. Saya and Hikaru had been in the same class, and back then they'd even been seatmates. Kakashi, the class celebrity, the absolute prodigy. There was no way anyone didn't know him. Hikaru's old class had never been small. In truth, no class in Konoha's academy was small. There were just very few people whose names ever ended up in the village's history. In Hikaru's memory, Irika's class in the canon era had been lively too. Besides the 9, there had been a pile of nameless, faceless students. They all got assigned teams and graduated. They just didn't receive the same treatment. Konoha's system at its core was an elite pipeline. Even while still in school, students were filtered through tests to estimate talent, and yes, family background mattered too. Once those decisions were made, the promising children faced an extra hurdle, a final evaluation from their prospective Jonin leader. But that evaluation wasn't primarily about strength. Children from major clans, or those already on the leadership's radar, were usually far above fresh genin standards anyway. So that test was about temperament, mentality, and character. Pass that and you became a seed, a priority investment, the kind of person likely to grow into the village's future core, maybe even its future power structure. Meanwhile, students who seemed ordinary or who came from civilian backgrounds had it much harder. Not no chance, but a grim one. Jonin were scarce resources, and their careful mentoring didn't go to everyone. For most teams, the leader's job was simply to get the new genin familiar with the basic rhythms of a shinobi life, process, protocols, routine missions, while quietly watching to see if they'd missed any hidden gems. If they found one, they reported it upward. If they didn't, the genin were left to drift in practice. Nearly all civilian-born shinobi were cut away by that process. And during wartime it was worse, when the front demanded bodies. Many didn't even get evaluated at all. They were just sent out. Hikaru remembered his class having more than 50 students, but out of those 50 plus he only remembered a handful of names. As for the rest, he didn't know. Dead maybe, or alive but invisible, washed out beneath the glare of people like Naruto and the others. Except for Saya. Her future at least was easy to guess. Captain? Saya stared at Kakashi, genuinely puzzled. His appearance here alone was surprising. She'd heard things like everyone had. Something horrible had happened to him. Anyone would break under that. People said Kakashi was like ice now, so cold it was hard to believe. That nobody could reach him, not even old friends. But the Kakashi in front of her didn't match that rumor, and the strangest part was this: he'd called Hikaru captain. Kakashi was supposed to be a prodigy. He'd graduated at 5 or 6 and gone to war. He'd been a jonin ridiculously young, someone like that, proud, sharp, untouchable. Why would he speak like this? If Kakashi had a captain, wouldn't it be their old captain, the fourth Hokage? Saya's thoughts tangled tighter and tighter. Even Kakashi seemed to realize the situation was awkward. He fell silent for a beat. "Morning, Kakashi," Hikaru said with a resigned smile, smoothing it over. "It's rare to see you at a training ground. That's unusual." "Cap." "Hikaru." "Morning." Kakashi still sounded a little uncomfortable saying his name directly, but he got to the point fast. "It's the Hokage. He wants to see you." "The Hokage?" Hikaru froze. Saya froze too. The Hokage wanted to see Hikaru. Saya's expression grew even stranger. She couldn't make sense of it. Was Hikaru not just an ordinary shinobi at all? Had he built up a record so impressive that even a genius like Kakashi acknowledged him? Saya spiraled into speculation. Meanwhile, Hikaru's face quickly returned to a soft smile that so his earlier efforts, especially what he'd done for Kakashi, were paying off, that he didn't yet know what Minato would say or do when they met. But he knew one thing, this wasn't likely to be bad. That he nodded seriously. "Understood. Should we go now?" Kakashi shook his head immediately. "No." Sensei said, "In 2 days." "In 2 days." Hikaru thought for a moment, then understood. 2 days later, his leave would be over. Day's Hokage. Minato couldn't just strip a subordinate's rest, especially not an ANBU break, which was rare and precious. Once he recognized that, Hikaru forcibly cooled his own impatience that they'd run into route just last night. If he sprinted straight to the Hokage immediately after that, it could invite complications. Hikaru mentally checked himself. He really had been swept up by the Flying Thunder God. The power he currently held was already good by normal standards, but among high-tier threats it still wasn't enough, and with his chakra limitation he desperately wanted a technique that could keep him alive. Flying Thunder God was exactly that. Of course his mindset had started to tilt. Of course he'd gotten eager. "Yeah," he admitted inwardly. "I'm rushing." Chapter 36, Sparring Session, Part 1. Hikaru really was a little too eager. But to his credit he recovered quickly. At the end of the day, he had an adult's mindset, and he had patience. 2 days wasn't much, blink and it would be gone. Looks like I need to spend these 2 days thinking carefully about how to face the fourth Hokage. Hikaru thought he still hadn't chosen a side, because he didn't even know what the right choice should look like. The fourth Hokage's brilliance had burned out frighteningly fast, but there was no denying it. Minato's personal charisma was terrifying. Unfortunately, in the real world, charisma, no matter how valuable, was still secondary. What mattered most was power and interests. Hikaru genuinely believed that if Minato had been given enough time, he would have crushed the influence of the third Hokage's entrenched interest groups and become the true Hokage in every sense. Tio put it bluntly. If nothing unexpected happened, Minato could have simply outlived them. But reality didn't work that way. Kakashi, having delivered the message, was planning to leave. Staying here was awkward. He didn't know who the girl beside Hikaru was, but he recognized the clan immediately, Uchiha. That fan crest wasn't something you could mistake. Kakashi had a natural sense of guilt toward the Uchiha. Even with Hikaru's guidance, even though he'd stabilized a bit, time was still short. He needed more time to truly adjust. Today, he'd already embarrassed Hikaru with one sentence, and now he'd bumped into an Uchiha right afterward. He was done. But before he could excuse himself, Hikaru spoke first. "I understand," Hikaru said. "Thanks, Kakashi." "No need." Kakashi tried to smile. It came out stiff. "If there's nothing else, then you're already here," Hikaru cut in with a gentle shake of his head. "Why rush off? We've known each other this long. We even had the honor of me being your temporary captain on the battlefield once. And we've never properly sparred, have we?" "Spar?" Kakashi blinked. He really hadn't expected that. But Hikaru wasn't suggesting this on a whim. He wanted to measure something. He wanted to test himself against a genuine prodigy like Kakashi. Not in a life-or-death battle, but in a controlled spar. In sparring, Hikaru wouldn't touch Sage Mode. He wouldn't even use many of his water-style techniques, because the truth was, even though Hikaru didn't particularly like Tobirama as a person, he couldn't deny how absurd Tobirama's water-style innovations were. Most people's water-style was flood and crush. Terrain control, drowning pressure. Tobirama's version was a leap from quantity to quality, high-pressure water, like a cutter, like a blade. That wasn't. Sparring material. That was kill material. So if he discarded those techniques, the spar would become a more honest contest of fundamentals: movement, timing, reading, control, and there was another reason too. Hikaru hadn't forgotten he'd been pit-trapped earlier by Kakashi calling him captain in front of Saya. He needed to patch that damage subtly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the situation back under control the way he had. Kakashi reacted fast. He understood what Hikaru was doing, and he was tempted that he'd seen Hikaru go all out before. He'd watched Hikaru's speed reduce an enemy like Yashimaru to struggling just to keep up, but sparring meant restraint, and Kakashi was curious what Hikaru looked like when he wasn't using lethal finishing tools. "If you want it, Captain," Kakashi said, glancing briefly toward Uchiha Saya, then nodding cleanly, "I'm willing." He wondered briefly if she was close to Hikaru, or was she an old classmate too. He didn't ask. His focus snapped back to Hikaru and his chakra began to rise. Hikaru kept smiling, but his posture lowered slightly. His hand drifted to his waist. There, on the outer edge of his tool pouch, a kunai caught the light with a cold glint. Clink. In the next instant, both figures vanished almost at the same time, and reappeared with a sharp metallic impact, already crossed and locked. Fast to the point of being hard to believe. Saya stepped back silently. This was not a level she could interfere with. But she didn't leave. She was too curious about what her two former classmates had become. Kakashi being a genius was something she'd always known. It had been carved into everyone's memory. The youngest Jonin, wartime promotion or not, she'd never believed Kakashi lacked the skill to deserve it. But Hikaru was a shock. Her quiet, civilian-born seatmate, someone she'd been thinking about helping, had apparently been Kakashi's battlefield captain? And now he was moving like this. Her thoughts were turning into knots, especially because now that the fight had started, she realized she could barely even see them. If only I'd awakened the Sharingan. Saya thought bitterly. Then I wouldn't be reduced to watching shadows. Neither Hikaru nor Kakashi cared what Saya was thinking. That first brief clash told them everything they needed. This spar was going to be serious. They separated in a single beat. Then, nearly in perfect sync, both threw kunai. At this level, stealing tempo was mandatory. Neither of them was strong enough to casually allow the other to move first, unless they had a Sharingan advantage. Clang! The kunai collided mid-air, and in the same breath, both of them surged forward again, catching the rebounding blades as they returned. This time, Hikaru accelerated even harder. He understood the Sharingan's nature, but he also knew Kakashi's control of it right now wasn't complete. So he decided to do what his body did best: pressure with speed, even without Sage Mode. His speed among Jonin was exceptional. Let's see. Hikaru thought, eyes narrowing behind his calm. Can you really copy my movement? Chapter 37. Sparring until the final exchange. Trying to copy Hikaru's movements at this stage was, frankly, wishful thinking on Kakashi's part. And Hikaru's judgment had been spot on. Kakashi's adaptation to the Sharingan was still far from complete. He could see Hikaru's movements clearly, but his body simply couldn't keep up. Hikaru's right hand tightened around his kunai. ND slashed forward, the blade flashing like lightning itself. Kakashi failed to match that speed entirely, yet Kakashi was still Kakashi. When direct defense became impossible, his combat experience stepped in at once. Relying on the Sharingan's predictive vision, he read the angle of the strike and shifted his body just enough, barely avoiding the blade. But Kakashi didn't stop at evasion. Passive defense led only to defeat. To reclaim the initiative, he had to counterattack. As he slipped past the strike, Kakashi lowered his center of gravity while maintaining guard, and suddenly drove a kick straight toward Hikaru's groin. This guy. Hikaru's expression darkened slightly. If that kick landed cleanly, a trip to the medical department would be unavoidable. Still, he didn't consider Kakashi's move wrong. Ninja combat had never been about honor. Even in sparring, anything non-lethal was fair game. Hikaru reacted instantly. His leg snapped upward, his reflexes and coordination allowing him to choose the optimal response even under pressure. Bang! His leg intercepted the kick perfectly. Using the moment of contact, Hikaru pressed down, planting that foot firmly on the ground. Using it as a pivot, his other leg swept out in a brutal arc toward Kakashi. Kakashi flipped backward to avoid the sweep, using the motion to widen the distance. Even as he retreated, he flung a kunai toward Hikaru without hesitation. It was pointless. Hikaru merely shifted his torso slightly, letting the kunai pass harmlessly by. Kakashi had never expected it to hit. The moment he gained space, his hands were already forming seals. Earth Style, Earth Spear Barrage. Chakra surged into the ground. In the next instant, dozens of thick, razor-sharp earth spikes erupted beneath Hikaru's feet. Each spike was massive and lethal. Hikaru had no doubt that being impaled by them would end the fight decisively. He leapt lightly into the air. And at that very moment, Kakashi charged in. Intentional? The thought flickered through Hikaru's mind, just as Kakashi was about to strike. The Hikaru suspended in midair vanished. In the next heartbeat, Kakashi felt the cold bite of danger, a sharp kunai driving toward his side. So fast, even midair? The movement was utterly seamless, but Kakashi didn't panic. He'd seen Hikaru fight at full strength before. Surprise didn't mean loss of composure. At the critical moment, he completed a one-handed seal. The kunai pierced his body, and immediately, thick smoke burst forth. Instead of flesh, the blade struck wood. A substitution, Hikaru murmured, that he wasn't surprised. His sensory perception had already caught Kakashi's chakra shift. In fact, he'd already pinpointed Kakashi's new position. Landing lightly, Hikaru turned just in time to see Kakashi rush straight at him. No attempt at concealment whatsoever. Kakashi knew better than to hide. After witnessing Hikaru's sensory abilities in past missions, he understood there was no point. Going head-on with taijutsu? Trying to leverage the Sharingan? Hikaru smiled faintly. Then come. He felt no fear. The Sharingan was terrifying, but only in the right hands. In an instant, the two collided again. Metal rang endlessly as kunai met kunai. Hikaru's speed was blinding, every movement sharp and efficient, lacking elegance, yet carrying a raw, functional beauty. Kakashi was clearly under pressure, but his fundamentals were solid. Combined with the speed boost from lightning release, he managed to keep pace, barely avoiding being overwhelmed. More importantly, amid the high-intensity exchange, Kakashi felt something changing. His Sharingan was seeing more clearly, his predictions were becoming more accurate. But my chakra consumption, it's increasing fast, Kakashi realized grimly. Their taijutsu clash intensified further. To onlookers. Only two afterimages crossing again and again were visible, sparks flashing with every collision. Their speed was already far beyond where it had started. At this point, Uchiha Saya could no longer see anything clearly. Then, Hikaru suddenly leapt backward, flinging his kunai at Kakashi as his hands flew through seals. Earth Style, Earth Stone Dragon. The ground roared as stone and soil surged together, forming a massive dragon that lunged toward Kakashi with overwhelming momentum. Earth Style? Kakashi froze for a split second. He hadn't expected this. Hikaru, known for water style, using earth style so proficiently, but his hesitation lasted only an instant. His hands blurred. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. His ceiling speed was terrifying. Among his peers, only a handful could rival it. The stone dragon crashed head-on into the earthen wall. Boom! The impact shook the training field. Dust and debris exploded outward, swallowing the area in thick smoke. Several ninja training nearby turned to stare. Is that Jonin sparring? That kind of power, and it's just a spar. Their whispers spread, but Kakashi remained fully alert, eyes scanning the smoke-filled field. When the wall finally collapsed, he realized something was wrong. Hikaru was gone. Hidden, or, Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Underground? The answer came instantly. Through his Sharingan, he caught the surge of chakra erupting from beneath him. Kakashi reacted without hesitation, driving his kunai straight down toward the source. But the moment his blade pierced the earth, his expression changed, because from the other side, another burst of chakra flared violently into existence. Chapter 38. Everyone underestimated him. Kakashi returned home in silence. The house was empty, as always. He let out a quiet sigh, but after so many years of coming and going alone, he'd long since gotten used to it. He shut the door, dropped onto the floor, and a pained expression crept across his face. "Tch, that hurts." He squinted and rubbed his shoulder. It truly ached like hell. Hikaru had made him pay. Even though it was only sparring, once they really got going, neither of them could fully hold back. They'd restrain themselves, no reckless, high-lethality techniques, but they'd still use ninjutsu. Kakashi already knew Hikaru could use water style. He'd seen it on the mission, terrifying, almost like something inherited from the second Hokage's school of water techniques. That part wasn't shocking. The second Hokage's jutsu had spread widely over the years, and Hikaru was an ANBU squad leader. Having access to those techniques made sense. What caught Kakashi off guard was Earth style that he had to admit it. His former classmate, his current captain, was more gifted than he'd realized and frankly more dangerous than most people would ever imagine. Most shinobi were born with affinity for only one chakra nature. Anything beyond that usually came from hard training, but some people were born with two, sometimes even more. Those people were called geniuses. Kakashi himself was born with two, lightning and earth. During their Ishin together, he'd only seen Hikaru use water style. And by reputation, Hikaru had been unremarkable back in the academy, so Kakashi had assumed Hikaru was a single nature type. He hadn't been cautious at all about earth style. Looks like everyone underestimated the captain. Once the shoulder pain dulled a little, Kakashi exhaled again, equal parts frustrated and impressed. Hikaru didn't just hit hard, his tactics were slippery and unpredictable. Thinking back to the fight, it looked like Hikaru had used the headhunter technique and hidden underground. But Kakashi only realized afterward, the underground Hikaru had been a shadow clone. During the moment Kakashi raised his earth wall to block, Hikaru had already created a clone. Then his true body vanished entirely. A clean distraction. Kakashi's attention was pulled toward the chakra underfoot, and then the real strike came from behind. The Sharingan helped early on, when it was just taijutsu and ninjutsu trading, Kakashi muttered. After that, he basically shut it down. The more he replayed the battle, the more obvious it became. Hikaru's offense had a consistent purpose. From start to finish, it felt like he was fighting around Kakashi's Sharingan, pressing its weak points, forcing Kakashi into timing windows where prediction didn't matter. And since Kakashi still wasn't fully accustomed to using the Sharingan, he'd been dragged into Hikaru's tempo almost immediately. At that point, losing had been inevitable. Was he really fighting the Sharingan specifically? Kakashi wondered, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with a satisfying explanation. In the end, he filed it away as an extremely successful series of improvisations. Nothing more. After all, from Kakashi's perspective, Hikaru seemed to have a decent relationship with the Uchiha. That girl, Uchiha Saya, had watched the entire spar from the side. She clearly knew Hikaru well, and Kakashi's suspicion had been right. Saya, Hikaru, and Kakashi had all been classmates once. More than that, Saya had apparently been Hikaru's seatmate back then. Academy classmates. Kakashi murmured. His shoulder wasn't hurting as much now. He lay back on the tatami, staring up at nothing. He remembered that short time in the academy, barely a year, honestly more like a few months. And for the first time in a long while he felt it clearly. He'd been trapped in grief for too long. He'd missed so many things worth cherishing, worth remembering. Obito. Rin. Guy. Hikaru. Kakashi took a deep breath. He'd already lost too much, and only after losing it did he understand how precious it had all been, which made the ache in his chest even worse. Maybe failure really is the main theme of life, he whispered. But I don't want to keep failing. Obito. Rin. I'll listen to Hikaru. I'll carry your will and I'll live on. Saya returned home alone, her mind still spinning. She truly hadn't expected it. Her childhood seatmate, the civilian-born boy who'd been sent to the battlefield at around 8, the one who'd left such a strong impression on her, was that powerful now. 5 or 6 years ago, when Hikaru left the academy, Saya had been genuinely heartbroken. War was waiting, and someone like Hikaru, someone without a clan behind him, shouldn't have been able to survive it. She'd had no way to help him. She'd grieved for a long time, but the front lines gradually improved. Classmates passed back scraps of news. That was how she learned Hikaru was still alive. Time moved on. When she graduated, she went to the Uzushio front with the Uchiha. Then, Hikaru's face wasn't clear in her mind anymore. 5 years was a long time and they'd all grown up. What remained was simple, white hair like Kakashi's, like fresh snow, his features blurred. But the name Senju Hikaru stayed carved into her memory. After the war ended and she returned to the village, she still couldn't find him. Maybe he was too busy. Maybe he was always on missions. Maybe he'd been assigned somewhere else entirely. She didn't know. She could only piece together his situation through what others said. And then today, the Uchiha training grounds had been occupied early, forcing her to train in the village instead. That single choice led her to meet Hikaru again, and to witness firsthand just how terrifying he'd become. Chapter 39. the fourth Hokage. After 2 full days of rest, Hikaru woke up right on time again. On the day his leave officially ended. To be honest, the break had been boring. It wasn't that he couldn't relax. It was that fully letting his guard down didn't really fit someone wearing an ANBU mask. His spar with Kakashi had been a welcome change of pace, but more importantly it had patched up the gap Kakashi accidentally exposed, along with a few awkward questions tied to Hikaru's own identity. At least now, I don't need to worry about people constantly asking what I've been doing all these years. Standing in front of the mirror, he washed up while thinking it through. His background had always had obvious holes, like where he'd gone after leaving the academy at 8. Hikaru wasn't Kakashi. He couldn't openly carry the ANBU label around, especially as a Senju descendant. That only made things more sensitive, but now those questions had been answered, at least on the surface, even if it wasn't a perfect fix. Kakashi genuinely seemed unused to calling him by name, so Hikaru simply leaned into it. If Kakashi called him Captain, then Hikaru could use that as cover for his missing years, make it sound like he'd been deployed non-stop. Even serving in the same operational chain as Kakashi at some point. A quick display of strength in sparring sealed it. It made Kakashi's captain sound believable. Once his appearance was in order, Hikaru put his mask on again and stepped outside. Today he wasn't headed for ANBU headquarters, he was headed for the Hokage Tower. He hadn't forgotten. Today was the day he would meet the fourth Hokage. He'd been waiting for this for 2 days. Even if the meeting didn't produce anything concrete, it would still confirm certain things, and help him judge what came next. Please let this go well. With that thought he entered the Hokage Tower. Aside from the Hokage rock itself, the tower was probably Konoha's most symbolic landmark. From a distance it didn't look enormous, but once inside the scale became obvious. Office after office after office, this really was the village's power hub. Even the administrative department, one of Konoha's most important organs, was housed here. And Hikaru knew there was a massive conference room inside the building too, large enough to seat over 100 people. He'd once pulled security duty there and hadn't forgotten how imposing it was. He climbed toward the top floor, the Hokage's office. After a round of checks he wasn't delayed. Maybe there had been advance notice. Maybe his ANBU status smoothed the path. Either way he entered without trouble. Hokage-sama. Hikaru gave a respectful bow to Minato Namikaze, seated behind his desk. Hikaru-kun, hello. Minato looked up with a warm smile. Hearing about him and seeing him in person were different things. Hikaru had to admit it, the man people called a little son truly did feel like one, that warmth and ease. Hikaru had never felt anything like it from the third Hokage, which only made it more unfortunate. Hokage-sama, please call me Nightingale. Even while feeling that faint admiration, Hikaru kept himself careful. ANBU members shouldn't reveal personal details. Ah, right. Sorry, that's on me. Minato accepted the mistake instantly, without the slightest sign of pride or defensiveness. Then, Nightingale, the main reason I asked to see you today is to properly thank you for everything you've done for Kakashi. He stood up, looking genuinely sincere. No performance, no empty formality. Kakashi is my student, and right now my only student. As for the others, Minato trailed off with a small sigh that he didn't need to finish. Hikaru understood. Among Konoha's younger generation, almost no one could be unaware of what Kakashi had endured. Minato was still young, and he'd spent his life inside Konoha. He didn't have disciples scattered around the world. His only real students had been the Minato squad. And now, only Kakashi remained, and Kakashi's condition before, everyone had seen it. A boy who looked like a walking corpse, cold as winter. A genius sinking into darkness. Minato had sent him into ANBU as a last-ditch attempt, bury him in missions so he wouldn't have time to drown in the past. Force him to survive by the rules of the mask, but Minato hadn't expected results this fast. After Kakashi was placed under Hikaru's command, Kakashi, Hikaru's old classmate, had actually begun to improve him. Not superficially. The root. Kakashi wasn't normal yet, but he was finally moving toward normal again. Anyway, thank you, Nightingale. Minato took a breath, then spoke with quiet conviction. If it weren't for you, I honestly don't know what Kakashi would have become. You don't need to thank me, Hokage-sama. Hikaru shook his head, voice humble and steady. Kakashi is my former classmate and my teammate. I didn't want to see him like that. It was simply something I should do. I understand. Still, Minato smiled. I've decided to give you a reward. Kakashi mentioned you want to study sealing techniques, correct? Yes, Hokage-sama. Hikaru lowered his head politely, while under the mask a small smile formed as though it really was going the way he'd hoped. Minato knowing about sealing wasn't surprising. Kakashi would absolutely have written it in a report, and if Minato was bringing it up now, then what followed hardly needed guessing. Still, up to this point, their exchange remained formal and clean, strictly safe topics. Minato hadn't asked about the hidden underground facility at all. Maybe he assumed Hikaru didn't know more. Maybe he believed it was beyond Hikaru's clearance. Or maybe it simply wasn't the kind of thing you asked directly on a first meeting. Hikaru didn't mind, because he had a strong feeling this was an overt ANBU was one of Akage's most important levers of power, yet orders rarely came directly from the fourth, and even now, despite this being framed as a personal meeting, ANBU watchers were still there, doing their duty. It was hard not to read into that. Chapter 40, The Flying Thunder God Mark. When the Hokage speaks with a subordinate, ANBU guards being present is normal. But if the Hokage is speaking in a private capacity, say as a teacher or as the teacher of his disciple, then the ANBU would normally withdraw and give him a confidential space. Hikaru had once had a subordinate stationed in the Hokage's office, and he clearly remembered the routine. Almost every time Danzō Shimura, Koharu Udatain, or Hamura Mitokado arrived, the ANBU on duty were required to leave. Yet now, not only had the ANBU not left, they seemed even more diligent, guarding the office with extra seriousness, and inside ANBU itself. It was rare to hear the fourth Hokage's voice at all. Most orders felt like they came from the third Hokage's unilateral decisions. It was hard to ignore how suggestive that was. Hikaru didn't worry that Minato Namikaze would fail to notice it. After all, Hikaru had already blown some wind through Kakashi, quiet, carefully placed hints. Combined with the visible trust between him and Kakashi, his 5-year ANBU record, and his current position as a squad captain, he had every qualification needed to catch the fourth's attention. That if Minato truly wanted the Hokage's authority in full, not just the title, and genuinely wanted to change Konoha through that authority, then the clash between him and the third Hokage's faction was inevitable. Even setting everything else aside, the Uchiha alone were enough to guarantee friction. Minato carried Jiraiya's ideals. He wanted the Uchiha to reintegrate with Konoha. But for the third's interest block, especially the men who inherited the second Hokage's suspicion, like Danzō, the Uchiha were a problem destined to be handled. Old and new beliefs, reality and idealism. Hikaru couldn't deny it. He was curious to see what kind of sparks that collision might throw, though it was a pity. He sighed inwardly. Then, slowly, he walked out of the Hokage Tower. It was a beautiful day. Sunlight poured down, warming his body, yet it made him frown. Maybe it was because he'd lived too long behind a mask. Whenever he wore it, walking under Konoha's bright sun felt wrong. A strange, faintly bitter sensation that he couldn't help but laugh at himself. ANBU really isn't a place meant for humans. Still, this meeting was basically perfect. He touched the scroll tucked in his pocket, steadied his mood, then slipped smoothly back into the shadows as he moved. Minato had handed him what looked like nothing more than an introductory sealing scroll, the kind of beginner material Hikaru already owned. He was still a Senju, even if the clan had declined so far that many of them barely remembered who they were. A little foundation remained. Uzumaki Mito had been an Uzumaki princess. Even if part of the Uzumaki sealing legacy had been given to Konoha, there was still plenty that never left the family. Some of that stayed with the Senju and was guarded by the clan elder, and some had disappeared. Most people assumed it had vanished with the fall of the Uzumaki clan, washed away by history. But Hikaru didn't buy that. He'd never had the chance to properly investigate the old Uzumaki residence on Konoha's outskirts, half abandoned, half forgotten, but he strongly believed it still hid valuable things. The only reason he hadn't searched it yet was simple. Konoha still had a living Uzumaki. Uzumaki Kushina had married Minato, but Hikaru didn't believe she'd gone there to look around, and as long as she lived, Konoha itself probably hadn't dared to clean it out. Still, when Konoha finally moved, the Shinigami mask being left there was just unbelievable. He only thought it in passing. Konoha didn't know the solution to the Reaper death seal, so they wouldn't understand what the mask really meant. In any case, Hikaru didn't need the mask. He only needed to remember where that second portion of sealing knowledge likely lay. He'd already decided. No matter what choices he made in the future, there were certain moments when he would go check that place, especially now. He needed sealing techniques badly. Whether or not he became a master, he wasn't going to let that wealth fall into someone else's hands, which meant Minato's beginner textbook wasn't truly interesting. And Hikaru also believed Minato knew something basic: sealing is best learned with hands-on instruction. Reading a manual alone doesn't get you started, otherwise what would teachers be for? As he walked, hidden in the shade, he slowly pieced it together. Minato's gift wasn't meant to be read, it was meant to smuggle something that if you didn't study sealing, you wouldn't know the flaw in that logic. And even if you did study sealing, it wouldn't look suspicious to give a student a primer early. Either way, it was safe. And it told Hikaru something important: Minato was testing the waters quietly. Because even as Hokage, he couldn't speak freely inside his own office. The scroll itself was ordinary, but the instant Hikaru received it, he had used his sensory ability to examine it thoroughly, and sure enough, there was a hidden detail: a very special mark inside the scroll. If I'm not mistaken, that mark is the Flying Thunder God formula. Yes, Minato had planted a Flying Thunder God mark inside the scroll. That if the office wasn't safe to talk, then the only way was to speak somewhere outside ANBU protection, somewhere no one else was watching. Hikaru didn't know when Minato intended to activate it and come find him, but he also didn't care, because Hikaru had already read Flying Thunder God notes himself. And rather than waiting for him to reach out first, it's better if I activate the mark and contact him. If you want someone's trust, you have to be willing to show a degree of honesty first. This time, Hikaru intended to be direct. He would make it clear. He understood what the mark meant. He might even tell Minato that Deep Sea Hikaru wasn't truly his name at all, that he was Senju Hikaru, and he believed Minato already knew. After all, even without real power in his hands, Minato was still the Hokage.